issues in the Constitution to something in the cultural zeitgeist at the moment. And the goal was to just have those free flow of exchanges between them. But he was most especially an influential and key figure in the Trump movement. Again, close with the president. And many in the White House who this afternoon are quite stricken by this news. Our colleagues who are over at the White House say when this news broke, as they learned about it as we did, many of them rushed into closed-door meetings and have been seen to be quite upset by this, understandably, because this is somebody who worked with them to get Donald Trump reelected, and in many cases probably weighed in on whether or not they should be holding the jobs they do, and would have campaigned alongside him back in the day.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you for that. Vice President J.D. Vance weighing in, saying, eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, sending out a prayer for Charlie Kirk. 31 years old, a major figure on the right. Even if you don't know him, he was known and loved by many people across the country. Let's go to our CBS News chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You can't overstate his impact on the right, Bob.
A tragic moment with many developments at this time. The governor of Utah has just posted on social media, Governor Cox, that he spoke with President Trump and said that, quote, we will bring to justice the individual responsible for this tragedy. So President Trump, talking to many people involved on the phone, CBS News, has also just learned that the House of Representatives, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican of Louisiana, just is called for a moment of silence to recognize the death of Charlie Kirk and to offer prayers for his family. This is a seismic political moment in American politics. While he is so young, as Ed O'Keefe said, he is someone with enormous influence and power. And this comes at a politically charged moment in this country where so many people feel on edge. You feel it when you cover events, when you cover the president of the United States. But this is someone, I have been covering conservative politics for nearly 20 years. He is such a star because of the way he articulated his views and was able to sit down with people not only on the right and in the center, but to sit down with figures like Governor Gavin Newsom of California and many Democrats. This is the death of someone with influence, but also the death of a rising political star. So many Republicans on Capitol Hill are heartbroken because they saw him as a friend. They also saw him as a real leader of conservative politics in this country. And for the president to make the statement about his death tells you a lot about how President Trump, who has been the Republican nominee for the past 3 presidential cycles, how he feels about this man. And it's hard to quantify and characterize the amount of anger, frustration, pain that is being felt in so many corners of American politics right now, especially those who knew Charlie Kirk.
And Bob, he had no small part in helping Donald Trump get reelected, right? I mean, Trump gives him a lot of credit for getting out there and getting the youth votes.
President Trump certainly does. Over the years, I've talked to President Trump, and he believes he's always at the center of his political movement, and he's the one who drives it forward. But even he has acknowledged in recent years that it was people like Charlie Kirk who, in the wake of his defeat in 2020, stood by him through legal challenges, through other issues. Charlie Kirk helped President Trump on the outside rebuild a political movement that ultimately lifted him to the White House in 2024. And you see these crowds, it's reminiscent of a Trump rally, but with a younger audience. And he was someone who connected President Trump to younger people who felt displaced in the culture or in the political system. And in the way others on the left and center have rallied youth, Charlie Kirk was someone who rallied youth on the right. And he became a force on college campuses, a force inside the Republican Party. I've spoken to Republican politicians in recent years who said speaking at a Turning Point USA rally was just as powerful sometimes for their own constituencies as speaking at a Trump rally. And this is going to, already it is, based on our reporting here, convulsing so much of the political conversation in this country. The agitation, the anger, it is coursing through so many of the text messages, the phone calls I've had within the past hour. Outrage that this violence is having such an impact on a major American political figure like Charlie Kirk, who was as high profile as almost anyone else on the right, competing with those on television in elected office. He was seen as someone with political capital, not just famous, but influential.
Yeah, Bob, and I think a word you used there, connect. He really knew how to connect with the people, with the voters, and help Donald Trump get reelected. The reaction pouring in from across the political spectrum, as we keep telling you. Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, Minority Leader, I should say, saying political violence has no place in America. The shooting is horrifying, and I'm praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. I want to bring in Jordan last as we look at these images now, haunting images. Jordan was at today's event at Utah Valley University, and he saw what happened there. Sir, thanks for joining us. Can you take us through where you were, what you saw, and your reaction?
Sure. The event started about 12 p.m. I got there right in time, walked past their security detail and everything, tried to find the line to ask him a question. I actually was looking forward to challenging him on a couple of things. I really respect him. I wanted to talk to him, and made my way over to where I thought the line was, which is maybe directly, I would say 50 to 100 feet to the right of Charlie Kirk. I guess, yeah, at his 3 o'clock. It was only a few minutes. Like the first question had just finished. It was kind of a longer question, so they had maybe done that for 10 or so minutes, and they had just gotten into the second question, I believe. And that's when I heard like a huge pop. Whenever I hear sounds like that, first I think, okay, maybe it's just fireworks. But after a few seconds, all of us kind of standing together, it's a very suspicious sound to hear with tons of people. There were so many people there, and there was I guess like a cement pillar or wall kind of right behind me. So as this suspicious sound has just gone off, I kind of put myself behind the wall. It was very, very good cover in case anything was happening. And then my brain was processing. It's a very loud sound. It seemed to me to come, in my mind, it came directly from the center of the crowd. I don't know where it came from, but that's just what my mind, I guess, was thinking. And then that's when, after a few seconds, people started saying, like, "Oh my goodness, Charlie was shot. I saw him fall to the ground," and that's when I realized this is a serious situation. We all crouched down. We have great cover, but I was then just listening for more shots because obviously this could become a much worse tragedy than it already was. And there were no more shots coming. We were maybe 30 seconds passes, and that's when people start yelling, "Run." There was a door maybe 10 feet away from me. I had to lose my cover to get to the door, but it seemed like the best option. So crouch down and just go with the people.
Yeah.
As soon as I got through the door, I ran as fast as I could, I guess, and as far as I could.
Jordan, I'm glad you're all right to tell us about this. From all accounts, the atmosphere was, pretty pleasant, right? Pretty chill. People were into it. They were listening to their speaker. I'm wondering, you said security detail. You passed a security detail. Others have told us there was no security. So describe for us what it was like to get into this. I guess it's a quad there at the school.
Yeah, it's like a courtyard. There was definitely security. I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but they had the guys with the little curly wire coming out. So I assume that those were a security detail. It was definitely there.
But no metal detectors.
No, there were no metal detectors. There was no checking anything. And in fact, I've been in not a shooting situation, but other dangerous situations before. And so I'm often thinking about these things. I did think, anyone in here could have a gun. No one checked me. So I was, it's just a thought that came through my head.
Yeah,
so it's very tragic.
Kind of a haunting image there. All right. Well, Jordan Last, thank you for sharing with us what you saw and what you did in those terrifying moments. I want to bring in senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Weijia, a lot of reaction coming in from the White House where he was very close with so many people there.
That's right, Maurice. I was actually meeting with a White House official today when the news broke, and then several staffers were in and out of the area, and they were all visibly shaken, deeply saddened, and throughout the day have seen that from officials here at the White House, including tears and people consoling each other, because, Maurice, this wasn't just a trusted advisor to President Trump. This was a friend to so many people here at the White House. They worked closely with Charlie Kirk during the first administration, during the president's reelection campaigns, and of course now as he is in office for the second time. This is somebody who has a direct line to President Trump and his inner circle. And so it is a very solemn day here at the White House, including for President Trump. Charlie Kirk has been here to the White House several times. I remember one of the last times he was here, we shook hands, and he was always so excited and proud to have this relationship with President Trump. Most recently, Maurice, he was here at the end of May for an event, and the president was asked a question about the youth vote, and he pointed right to Charlie and said, you know, TikTok was a big reason why I won the young vote. And Charlie was the first person who told me to engage on TikTok. So he credits Charlie with so much of his victory, so much of his successes politically. And again, we are hearing reaction from the president and from so many other officials here at the White House today, Maurice.
Okay, Weijia Jiang, thank you so much for that. Our correspondent Chris Van Cleve right now is outside the Turning Point USA's headquarters. That is in Phoenix. That is Charlie Kirk's organization. Again, Charlie Kirk was 31, co-founded that 12 years ago, or when he was about 18. Chris, what are you hearing there? What are you seeing now?
Well, the office behind us here, you can see, is now blocked off. There is security here. We understand employees were sent home after the shooting. We just watched one woman come up with 2 bouquets of flowers that were taken inside the building here. Charlie Kirk was an Arizona resident. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs just put out a statement, Maurice, saying that she is deeply saddened by this news, adding that this tragedy is not about who Charlie Kirk supported politically. It is about the devastating loss of a father, a neighbor, and an Arizonan who called this state home and whose life was cut short by senseless violence. It's not the first time an Arizona political figure has been impacted by political violence. Of course, Gabby Giffords was shot and nearly killed at an event in Tucson here. So it does sort of echo of that. And I can tell you, in talking to people who do work on events with several of the MAGA influencers today, they are very rattled. One of them is saying this is literally his worst nightmare playing out, something that they thought about when they were doing big events. And now a rethinking of what that security footprint will look like. Ben Shapiro, we understand, has canceled an event he had tomorrow in California. His team certainly rethinking how they move forward with big public events.
Okay, Chris Van Cleve outside Turning Point USA's headquarters there in Phoenix. It is just after 5 p.m. here on the East Coast. We're on the air with a special report as Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist, has died after being shot during an event at Utah Valley University. 31 years old. He was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA, known for mobilizing young Republican voters. Kirk was shot in the neck earlier this afternoon. The suspect is still at large. Police say a search is underway. Utah Valley University police say they are going building to building right now to try to evacuate people who are still there. President Trump posted about Kirk on Truth Social. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Those words from President Trump. Let's go now to our CBS News national security contributor, Samantha Vinograd. And Sam, the talk about the security detail, he had some people around him, but no metal detectors, nothing like that. That's something that's most certainly going to be looked at going forward.
Well, Maurice, this is just a devastating development, and certainly there will be an after action of what security protocols could have been in place to try to prevent this horrific incident. But right now, there's certainly a heavy focus on how to apprehend whomever was responsible for this terrible incident. We don't yet know if law enforcement authorities have actually identified a suspect, if they've been able to ascertain whom in the crowd was responsible for shooting Charlie Kirk. So the first order of business is certainly to identify a suspect. They can do that through eyewitness accounts, through social media, through videos from the scene, and other uses of advanced technology. Once they do identify who was responsible for this incident, they will certainly be working to locate the individuals through warrants at the individual's property, reviewing their social media, talking to friends and family, and then, if necessary, employing a range of federal, state, and local law enforcement assets to try to track the individual if that individual is at large. What we don't yet know is whether there still is an ongoing threat to the public. If a suspect has not been identified and has not been apprehended, Maurice, that may in fact be the case.
Sam, anything from the video we have seen, anything tell you or give you any clue as to the distance of the shooter? Because initially the local authorities there thought they had him, or whoever it was, from some 200 feet away, I believe it was. I looked at it, untrained eye, I thought it was maybe from close range. What do you make of it?
I think it's a little hard to tell. It certainly doesn't look like the individual was in the first few rows in the crowd that you're seeing on your monitor right now. And various witnesses have indicated that it sounded like it was more of a rifle rather than a pistol. But I would imagine that law enforcement, federal, state, and local, again, the FBI and other parts of the federal government are likely involved at this point, are likely reviewing video from the event itself and trying to ascertain where the shot came from. There's advanced technology that they can use to trace the path of the bullet that fatally struck Mr. Kirk, and then from there to try to capture footage to identify the suspect.
Okay, Sam Vinograd, thank you for that. Our senior White House and political correspondent, Ed O'Keefe, joined us now. Reaction is pouring in from across the spectrum, Ed.
It is, Maurice, and importantly, it's pouring in from across both political parties. Obviously, the president, the vice president, others in the Trump administration, from the moment the reports first surfaced, asking for prayers and now recalling their late friend and fellow conservative activist and leader. But we've also notably seen Democrats. We heard Chris Van Cleve there mention the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. California Governor Gavin Newsom was one of the first notable Democrats to weigh in on this, saying that the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible in the United States of America. We must reject political violence in every form. And what's notable about Newsom weighing in is the fact that earlier this year, as he launched his own podcast, the governor invited Kirk on to discuss essentially how Kirk had successfully done it for years for Republicans, and what it was perhaps the Democrats could learn in their engagement digitally and in events like this to reach younger voters. As anyone may recall from last year, the big takeaway was that the Republican Party, the Trump campaign, quite effectively engaged and galvanized younger, more digitally focused voters to their side. And the Democratic Party ever since has been trying to sort out how to do it. Well, Kirk was one of those that had been doing it for several years. And Newsom, in that case, at least wanted to get to know him. And they had a rather meaty and respectful dialogue about their differences, which is what Kirk was trying to do today here in Utah. We also heard from the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries. Political violence is never acceptable. My thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk and his family. And then Gabby Giffords, of course, the congresswoman who survived an assassination attempt, and said she was horrified, and political disagreements are always allowed, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. There was a short time ago, Maurice, a moment of silence held on the floor of the House of Representatives. Speaker Johnson asked colleagues to rise and do so. Sounds like there may have been some in the chamber, unclear who and where, who tried to interrupt that silence. I don't know if we can play this.
Prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
So that was earlier in the House chamber. Speaker Johnson very quickly ran there to draw attention to it and have members of both parties stand there at least momentarily in honor of Kirk. This was before word officially came that he had died. So it shows you very quickly how quickly he galvanized people on both sides of the aisle to speak out, not only to denounce the violence, but to acknowledge the influence that Charlie Kirk had.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. Let's go to Justice correspondent Scott McFarland now. Scott, first we were told they have a suspect, and now we're told they had the wrong guy.
Yeah, we've been blanketing our FBI contacts with questions about this over the last few minutes because there is a lack of clarity over what is the status of any manhunt for whoever pulled the trigger today. The Utah Valley University statement issued mid-afternoon was that a suspect was in custody. About 20 minutes later, they walked that back. And the FBI, we know, is on the ground at the site of this shooting. They've given no updates on whether they are pursuing somebody, have somebody, or if somebody is even alive who's involved with this shooting. The Utah Valley University police are helping to respond to this, the local police. And we know, according to folks at the university who've spoken with CBS News, they're going door to door now on campus to help evacuate anybody who's there. They want everybody off this campus. And if you are doing a door-to-door evacuation, if you are offering to come get people and walk them off the campus, that's indicative of a kinetic threat of something that is not fully settled at this point. But we're going to keep tapping into FBI sources here to get a sense of what's going on. But I'll tell you, it is unorthodox now. We are 2 hours and about 20 minutes since this shooting, and we do not have an update from law enforcement if they have somebody either in their sights or in handcuffs.
Door to door, Scott, that suggests a dicey situation there at Utah Valley University. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Right now, former Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whatley joins us. Mr. Whatley, you knew Charlie Kirk. Our condolences for sure. What can you tell us about him, and what are your thoughts right now?
Well, my thoughts are with his family, and obviously, want to offer our prayers for me and Suzanne both. Charlie was a friend. Charlie was a father. Charlie was a husband. Charlie, every time that I met him, he had a very intense smile on his face. He was a happy warrior. And he's a guy who fought for what he believed in. And he believed in America, and he believed in his family. And I think this is going to leave a big hole in America, really. That when we see this kind of a senseless tragedy, we cannot allow this to take place in America anymore. We really need to do everything we can to kind of prevent these political fights from escalating to violence like this.
Can we talk about that a little bit, sir? Because, everybody's wondering now, what happened? How did we get to this point where now this is almost, I don't want to say not surprising, but not expected, but people are still sort of reacting like, I knew something like this would happen. How did we get here?
Well, it's absolutely tragic, is what it is. I think that when we think about President Trump being shot earlier this summer, 2 different attempts on his life, and it's really easy, in the moment to say it's the other side. But the fact is that there is no place in America for this type of political violence whatsoever. The fact is that a husband and a father has been taken from us way too early in his life.
A little more about what type of father and husband and man Charlie Kirk was. Hard to believe we're talking about him in the past tense right now, but someone who was a provocateur, who did it with a certain amount of joy, right?
Well, look, I think that he approached every day with a certain amount of joy, and it was great to be able to work with him, to do events with him, to spend time with him. He was a very intense, very loyal person. He was very demanding, but in a good way. And I think that he brought a passion to politics. He brought a passion to what he did with Turning Point. I think that's unbelievably commendable. And like I said, it will be a big hole in certainly my world and everybody else's world that had a chance to know Charlie.
Okay, thank you so much, former RNC Chair Michael Whatley. We appreciate your remembrances there. Reaction coming in from Governor Wes Moore, Democrat of Maryland. I condemn in strongest possible terms the attack. You see this kind of reaction from Republicans as well. Tom Tillis, the senator, praying for Charlie Kirk. Political violence has no place in our society. To bring in our chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You're hearing the condemnations far and wide, yet here we are once again, Bob.
here we are once again, the specter of violence continuing to hover over the United States and our political culture. You see leaders in both parties expressing horror at what is unfolding here on a college campus today, a time when so many students are going back to school, starting their classes in September. It's the carnage of violence at a political leader. And this country has seen it many times before. You think about President Lincoln, you think about the shots fired on President Reagan, of course, President Kennedy being gunned down in 1963, and other political figures have been shot. You think about George Wallace running for president being shot. He survived. Charlie Kirk, at such a young age, being gunned down, assassinated at a political event. This is something that is bracing for so many of the people we cover. Yes, there is a political debate that's often very testy in this country, but so often behind the scenes, most people I cover see the dignity in the other person across the way. Violence is not part of the American system. It's something that has scarred America's history, but it's not part of how we have dialogue. And Charlie Kirk, whether you are a defender of his, an advocate, an ally, a friend, or a critic, he is someone who was in the arena. And so many people, whether they're activists like Charlie Kirk, who are media figures, or they're political figures and leaders who are in elected office, they believe that by going in the arena, they may be bruised ideologically, they may be bruised when it comes to their rhetoric, but they won't necessarily have to face this sort of violence. But we've seen the attempted assassination of lawmakers like Steve Scalise within the past decade or so. Of course, President Trump facing his own assassination attempts. Gabby Giffords, the former member of Congress. Both parties have dealt with this, and now today, a real rising star dead at such a young age.
Yeah, for sure, Bob. And what it means for our politics going forward, that will be chewed over as we move forward here. To recap for you, the conservative activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University. A search for the suspect is underway, and a motive is still unknown. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Maurice Dubois.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. This is a special edition of The Takeout. Charlie Kirk, one of the most important voices and voter mobilization forces in the MAGA movement, was shot and killed in full public view today at the start of one of his signature Prove Me Wrong events on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Videos circulating online reveal a single gunshot and a wound that eyewitnesses said struck Kirk's neck and resulted in considerable bleeding. Just moments ago, President Trump posted on social media that Kirk had perished, writing, quote, "No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie." This show will focus entirely on this developing story, which is harrowing for a show that is devoted to conversation about politics and civility within the public space. We will explore the consequences for a country that is wrestling with deep political divisions and more frequent spasms of politically motivated violence, with victims, we should note, on both sides of the ideological spectrum. Kirk, 31, was the married father of two young children, a 3-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old son. Former Republican National Committee Chairman Michael Whatley knew and worked closely with Kirk and will join us tonight. And one of the most influential writers in conservative circles, Matthew Continenti, will also join us to talk about Kirk's influence, how it rose, and his close connection with many people in the Trump White House. We begin with Anna Schechter and the latest available information, not only on what happened, but what authorities are doing in pursuit of the assailant. Anna?
Well, Major, so many unanswered questions and really confusion right now, even a couple of hours after the event. There is no word that a suspect is in custody. Our teams have been analyzing the video that showed the moment that Kirk was shot. It did appear that the shot came from some elevated position. He was in a vulnerable position because there were elevated buildings around a large open grassy area that you're seeing there. You see students running in the immediate aftermath. Here is the video that we're talking about that appears to show the shot that was fired. We're told a single shot. This is a very challenging crime scene. And if law enforcement is still looking for that suspect, every minute that goes by widens the periphery of places that they need to search. There was especially confusion because we got early reports that a suspect was in custody. In fact, police did arrest a man, but they said that this was not the shooter and that individual was released. So at this time, Major, still a lot of questions.
And this was an amphitheater setting, hundreds upon hundreds there, enthusiastic, very, very up for this encounter. And Charlie Kirk does these things as sort of an open mic event to have a full dialogue with those who are either supportive of his points of view or highly critical of his points of view. And as I've come to understand, Anna, there was no particular security checkpoints at all, no weapons checks, no magnetometers, nothing like this, a real free speech atmosphere. And as I understand it, the university has said that the single gunshot came from some considerable distance. And as I understand it, Anna, there is a building by building search going on that campus currently?
That's exactly right. As we're talking right now, police are going building to building, room to room to safely evacuate students, faculty, and staff. That the students were told to hunker down and wait for police to find them and securely evacuate them. That, of course, was immediately following the sort of race to leave that initial area, that grassy open field that we were just looking at. So while there was chaos, then police stepped in to go building to building. That also suggests that there is not necessarily a neutralized threat. We don't know, but it appears that there could be a suspect still at large as we are speaking right now.
And that is very startling news indeed, Anna, but it's important to convey to the audience that this is an evolving, ongoing law enforcement situation in that community, and we will keep you up to date. And Anna, if you get anything else on that front, you can let us know, and we'll come back to you straight away. Anna Schechter, as always, thank you so very much. Christian Overton joins me now. He was a witness to the shooting. Christian, I'm very, very sorry. You saw what you saw. You experienced what you experienced. I am appreciative that you're willing to discuss it. Can you tell me what happened?
Certainly, yes. I attended the event with my 17-year-old son, Ryder Overton, this afternoon. We got there about an hour early and had found some what we thought were good seats. It wasn't until shortly after that we moved down to the fence and were allowed to sit just off from the stage where he presented. Everything went as planned. He actually even came out and handed my son, a couple of hats. So it was a wonderful, wonderful gesture, and we were excited. And after about the second question that was asked is about the time we heard the shot, I diverted to look up just for a second to see what where the sound had come from, and then seconds later witnessed Charlie with a hole in his neck and bleeding. It was at that time we laid down on the ground, not knowing what, or how many shots might follow. And at that point, it was just a matter of trying to get out of the gates and go to a safe place.
How does this land on your heart, Mr. Overton?
Very heavily. I, as well as Ryder, my son, we're both big Charlie Kirk supporters. It hits home, having it happen here where I actually graduated from college many, many years ago. And it's just a sad day. It's a sad day, and it'll weigh heavy on our hearts for some time to come.
What was the preparation for you and your son? Was there any, I just summarized with Anna Schechter, you might have heard that my understanding, but you were there, so I want to confirm it with you, sir. Was there any kind of security there at all that you felt or experienced?
None whatsoever. There were people in with backpacks, school bags. There was no metal detectors. There was just no one checking anyone coming in. So.
And based on what you saw, were you immediately fearful for Charlie and his health?
By all accounts, when I saw the amount of damage done, wasn't sure that he was going to make it. I was hopeful. His staff did a great job by taking him off the stage immediately, but it wasn't. It happened so quickly, and we were all just at that point concerned about our safety and getting to a safe place.
And how did you go about that, Mr. Overton? I imagine that was a pretty chaotic circumstance.
It was because of the number of people trying to get out the same area that we were. We actually had fallen down, and it could have turned a lot more ugly. But we actually found a break in one of the guardrails or one of the fences there that we were able to get through, and then kept our heads down and ran for as long as we could.
Mr. Overton, I'm lucky enough in this world to be a parent to 3 children. Every parent sometimes gets very difficult questions from their children, hard to answer. I imagine that's a particularly heavy burden on your shoulders this afternoon.
Yeah.
What have you talked with your son about in the aftermath?
Well, we had a discussion about how difficult it is to stand up for your rights, to listen. We've spent most of the time going back in silence. To be honest with you, it was just trying to wrap our heads around what we had just witnessed. It was difficult. He's dealing with it in his own space right now, and then we will come together when some of this is lifted a little later.
For what it might be worth, Mr. Overton, I wish you and your son and all in your community the very best as you work through that process, which I guarantee you, I know will be difficult.
Thank you very much.
Christian Overton, I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Michael Watley joins me now, formerly served as the chairman of the Republican National Committee and is running to represent the state of North Carolina in the United States Senate. We'll get to that in a second. Michael, Mr. Chairman, thank you for coming in.
Well, thank you, Major.
I just saw you on the special report. You knew Charlie very well. He was a dynamic force in American politics. This has to be a heartbreaking moment for you.
It is. It's an absolute tragedy. And I think, as big as his role was in politics, and there's going to be a lot of discussion about that. And I think, frankly, there should be. But his passion for politics paled in comparison to his passion for America and especially his family. To have a beautiful wife and 2 beautiful kids, that was everything to him. And you knew it every time you had a conversation with him.
I want to underscore the dynamic that was present there at Utah Valley University, because it's very similar to other things that Charlie Kirk has done. And Charlie goes to all sorts of campuses. And he sits in full public view, welcomes questions from critics, and tries to answer them, and enjoyed, forgive me, the give and take, the back and forth of it. And that created a kind of energy around these events, which was clearly evident before it started. Lots of people were there, very happy and excited to see it. That's something that was not typical in Republican Party politics even 5 or 10 years ago.
No, it absolutely wasn't. And the passion that he brought to every conversation, you could tell. This is a guy who woke up every single day and he was a happy warrior, and he was ready to go out there and help change this conversation. I've got 2 sons, twin boys. Both of them were very active in Turning Point at NC State and in Clemson. And I think that when you think about the outreach that Charlie brought to the conservative movement is absolutely fundamental. But I don't think he brought it because he wanted Republicans to win or because he wanted Democrats to lose. I think he brought it because he wanted America better, and he wanted it better for his family and his kids.
Is there a Trump second term without Turning Point USA?
No, I mean, he was a very influential part of all of the campaign that we put together. I mean, he was involved. I mean, he started this thing when he was 18 years old. I mean, just absolutely stunning. The number of events that I participated in, that the president participated in, other members of the cabinet, have been involved with, not just in 24, but over the course of really since 16. He has been a very important part of our coalition of the Trump movement. And I think really it's bigger than Trump. I think it is an America First movement. And Charlie was a huge factor. There's going to be a tremendous hole in that movement in our community going forward.
I mentioned at the opening of the show that our country is struggling with a reality in which there is not only very intense political rhetoric, but there has been violence and victims on both sides of the aisle. Maurice Dubois, my colleague, asked you, how did we get here? That's an impossible question to answer. Equally impossible is how do we get out of it? Do you have anything to say about that?
Well, look, I think that right now in America, we need to be focused on keeping our families and our communities safe. At the end of the day, that is the biggest fundamental piece of what the government needs to be focused on. Certainly as a father of three, that's what I am focused on every single day. And I think that, when we talk about, the escalating conversation in politics, there have been dozens and dozens and dozens of calls saying we need to lower the temperature in politics. I think that's real, right? That every time that we see allegations or we see charges that are going out there that this person is a Nazi or that this person hates America or that this person needs to be stopped at any cost, then that is something that is problematic. When we see President Trump get shot and then a number of weeks later we see a second assassination attempt, that is not right in American politics. And what we saw with Charlie today, I think just kind of compounds that conversation. That we do need to step back and understand what is it that we're fighting for? What is it that we're so passionate about? And reflect truly on where are we going? President Trump made it very clear after he survived being shot that he felt like he had, survived for a reason, and I think that that's very important. And I really do think that we all need to reflect on what it is that we're trying to accomplish here through these political means, and that violence is not acceptable. It is not at all.
And that your political opponent is not your enemy.
Correct.
You fundamentally believe that.
I do absolutely believe that. I think that when we talk about in any political campaign, what are people ultimately running for? Politics is about helping people. Politics is about lifting up communities. Politics is about making sure that families
and that the
can
American
do better.
experiment, as we've come to know it, continues.
Absolutely.
Continues.
Yes.
Not runs off the rails in some sort of torrent of violence and bloodshed.
Yes.
Do you feel, as a candidate for the United States Senate, different about your personal safety this afternoon as we speak than you did when you woke up this morning?
No, and one of the things about being the RNC chair is that when I was elected by the RNC to be the chair, that changed my life, right? And so I have had to have security systems, put into my home that were advanced, and I had to have security details when I was the RNC chair, and that I had to move around with staff and always, pay attention to these things. As a candidate right now, I'm going to have events in all 100 counties of North Carolina. I'm going to be out and I'm going to be meeting with people. And you always want to be very careful about that. I think that, anybody in this space has to be very mindful from a security perspective, because you don't know necessarily what to expect in any given situation.
Right, but on the same part of that ledger, as a candidate, you have to meet the people.
You do.
You have to see them where they are, as the phrase goes. And that might be at a shopping center, it might be at a school, it might be outside a factory, it might be at a farm, but you have to see them exactly where they are. And you can't bring a phalanx of security personnel to get in their face and do all that sort of stuff. How do you balance that?
Well, I think that we have to trust in the goodness of the people of North Carolina in my particular race, and I think hopefully across the country. But it is a real crushing story that we're dealing with here today.
It is.
And I think, I want to make sure that we continue to go back to the fact, that this man was a husband and this man was a father. Ultimately, that has been what's taken away from us today.
Michael Watley, it's a hard day. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Major.
And be safe.
Yes, sir.
Ed O'Keefe joins me now. Ed, you got some interesting developments to convey to the audience. Please do so.
Well, Major, as we wait word on whether the suspect has been apprehended in Utah or wherever they may be, our colleague Jennifer Jacobs conveys that there have been discussions internally at the White House and across the administration today about whether other Trump administration officials who don't currently receive some kind of security protection should, in fact, get more protection from either the Secret Service or other agencies. But there are, and while there were several internal discussions about this afternoon, those agencies don't have unlimited staff. So to the point you were raising there with Chairman Watley about his protection and as a candidate, his concerns for it, there are also those that work across the administration this afternoon here in Washington who are quite concerned. They're all equally, they're equally young compared to Charlie Kirk. They're equally high profile in many cases. And if it can happen to Charlie Kirk at a college campus in Utah, obviously there's going to be grave concern that it could happen to others as they go about their business, unfortunately. So that's an early sign of the reaction. The other thing we should convey, Major, if you didn't, forgive me if you did at the top, the president has ordered flags across the country to fly at half staff until 6 p.m. Sunday in honor of his friend Charlie Kirk. They have lowered them, at least one of them so far at the White House, and you will see that across the country here in the coming hours as it happens. I think you see them there now lowered at half staff. So that's another thing that has happened. And we've seen the political reaction continue to pour in from Republicans, of course, but Democrats as well. Just a little while ago, former President Joe Biden and his conveying thoughts of his own and then of the former First Lady, saying there's no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. But I think, Major, one of the things that guys like you and I who do this for a living and our staffs need to remember is there are going to be a lot of people who see this news this afternoon and have no idea who Charlie Kirk is. Mm-hmm. And that's not their fault.
No.
And it speaks to the incredibly digital and algorithmic world that we now live in, that their scroll on a daily basis is not serving them Turning Point USA or Charlie Kirk adjacent content. They have no idea what he's done for the Trump movement, for the Make America Great Again movement, for the Republican National Committee, for GOP candidates up and down the ballot across the country, and the influence he had in putting together the Trump government, the second Trump government, being at Mar-a-Lago last fall during the transition, literally sitting there with the president and a handful of other aides going, that guy, not that guy for this job, that woman, not her for this other gig, and making sure that they could get confirmed and that the Senate delivered the votes necessary. Also the guy that was putting pressure on people like Senator Joni Ernst earlier this year when she raised concerns about Pete Hegseth's nomination to run the Pentagon. He was the one that threatened potential primaries and other political retribution should they not follow through with the president's wishes. He was that kind of an influential figure. And in the world we live in, you may not listen to his satellite radio channel, but a lot of your relatives and friends and coworkers probably did. They'll know who he is, and you should talk to them about who he was and what he did. And the fact that, as the chairman said and others have said, he was a happy warrior. We should be looking for happy warriors on all sides of the aisle and celebrating them and letting them be happy warriors, whether you like them or not, whether you agree with them or not.
Exquisitely well said, Ed. And I think it's worth diving just a bit deeper in that, because for some Americans in the Trump movement, especially young conservatives, this afternoon will be a where were you when you heard the news moment.
Yep.
Deeply traumatizing, profoundly meaningful.
Yep.
And to your point, there'll be those Americans who say, who? Charlie Kirk? And that's what you're driving at. This great cavernous algorithmic divide in information, awareness, and appreciation of those involved in our political life, where one set of Americans this afternoon is as emotionally rocked as they could possibly be about someone they might not have known personally, but was meaningful to them in politics. And another set of Americans utterly unaware of who this person was or that person's involvement or role in the very governing structure influencing their life. And that divide is part and parcel of what we are and we will continue to wrestle with. And I'm so deeply grateful that you brought that up, Ed O'Keefe. Thank you very, very much. Samantha Vinograd joins me here at the table. She is a relied upon and well-versed expert in the field of domestic security, domestic terrorism, international and the like. Begin to walk us through what's going on the ground. Anna Schechter just told us they're still searching the campus of Utah Valley University. That means this is an evolving and still potentially dangerous situation, and that whatever happened escaped the immediate ability of authorities to put a dragnet around that particular individual.
Well, Major, based upon the fact that a suspect has not been identified or located as far as we know, it is entirely possible that there is still an ongoing threat to the public. So right now, law enforcement officials are incredibly focused on trying to ascertain who fired the gun that killed Charlie Kirk. They'll do that from eyewitness accounts by using video taken by individuals at the event and other advanced technology to just try to figure out who the suspect is. And from there, whether it's searching buildings on the campus and or looking through the individual social media and tracing his or her movements, try to ascertain where this person is so that they can be apprehended and try to mitigate any threats to the public.
And part of that analysis will be the wound itself and the directional relationship, because Charlie Kirk was under this tent. You can see it. Came to somewhere around here. We are from eyewitness accounts and the available video that suggests a sort of area.
Law enforcement officials have a range of different technologies to literally trace where the bullet came from, what kind of rifle or other weapon was used, and then from there to just try to figure out exactly where this individual was standing when the shot was fired so that they can really narrow their search to try to locate the individual's face in video or otherwise. At the same time, there will be an after action, Major, of how an individual like Charlie Kirk, his death is absolutely devastating. He was such a well-known figure, mass following, how he was speaking at an event that was widely publicized. Everyone knew where he was going to be with some level of personal security, but without any kind of screening for individuals who really just walked up to this event. And it is a sad reality in our country today that individuals with this kind of profile are a target. And there was not a security perimeter. There were not metal detectors as far as we know. So some sort of after action by campus police and others will likely be undertaken.
I don't want to over dramatize this, Sam, but I have to believe that those who were there on scene, university, local authorities, federal authorities, state authorities, are looking at this and saying, this person may well have had intent, some capabilities, and some means to try to get away. And that heightens, I would assume for them, a sense of urgency.
Well, certainly. And every single counterterrorism official that you can encounter will say that the biggest terrorism-related threat facing this country comes from lone actors, individuals who radicalize and mobilize on their own. But again, there was no perimeter here. This was an open-air event. An individual was able to relatively easily carry a weapon onto the premises, essentially able to climb to some sort of elevated position and fire a shot and then disappear. So there were law enforcement resources and emergency resources available on site, but they were not able to prevent the suspect from firing the shot and essentially from leaving the scene.
Sam Vinograd, valuable perspective as always.
Thanks,
Thank
Major.
you. Rhode Island Democratic Senator Jack Reed joins me now from Capitol Hill. Senator Reed, I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor.
There you are. This is a very hard day in America.
Yes.
I'd like to get your assessment.
Well, the attack was reprehensible. One of our fundamental principles of the American way of life is the freedom to speak out and to do so without fear of not only intimidation, but violence. And it's a tragic moment for the family and for many Americans. We all should stop and pause for a moment and reflect on where we have come from and where we are going. This is absolutely reprehensible.
Reed, I know, and you know better than I do because you're in the cloakroom in the United States Senate. There are conversations almost daily now about what the risk profile is for members of the House, members of the Senate. And these are bipartisan conversations by necessity because, as I mentioned at the top of this show, in these spasms of violence, there are victims on both sides of the ideological spectrum of one kind or another. Charlie Kirk is a grievous victim, the most grievous victim we can think of in modern history. But you have these conversations. What are they like and how are they likely to change?
Well, you're exactly right, Major. The concern is accelerated, particularly after a tragic moment like this, where someone, as we do consistently, speaking to a group of fellow Americans, is suddenly cut down. So it is something that we're concerned about. If there are palpable threats to an individual member of Congress, then the Capitol Police will provide protection. But again, in this world where this violent activity is unpredictable and many times the result of an individual who has not only mental issues, but also many other issues and has a weapon. And that's hard to anticipate, but we are concerned about it.
Senator Reid, I imagine this is going to influence the dialogue for the remainder of this week, probably the remainder of this month. And there are a lot of hard issues for Senate Democrats, House Democrats, the Trump White House to resolve, not the least of which is continuing to fund our federal government and avoid a government shutdown. Those can be contentious conversations. There can be lots of sharp elbows thrown. How do you anticipate that playing out? And is your advice to all concerned to lessen the intensity, and that's putting it mildly, of their rhetoric in these skirmishes?
Well, I think that's exactly right, Major. I think what we've seen over the course of the last several years is a deterioration of the sense of community and the sense of common purpose and dialogue. A lot has been reduced to simply political rhetoric on both sides. And we are not going to get to a solution on our major problems, both domestically and internationally, until we come together and communicate. And I think we should be an example of that to the American people. And I must say, many times over the last several years, we've let the American people down by being vitriolic, by being acerbic in our comments. And that goes not just for the Congress, it's also for the White House.
Senator Jack Reed, Rhode Island Democrat, ranking Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. Sir, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Major.
Matthew Continetti is the Director of Domestic Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute. He joins us now. He's also author of the book, The Right, The 100-Year War for American Conservatism. Matthew, it's good to have you with us. There you are.
Thank you, Major.
This is a shocking and devastating and deplorable day in American political history. I imagine you have a lot to say about Charlie Kirk's influence, but before the influential part, the human part, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, it's shocking on many levels. It's not just shocking because the attack occurred on a college campus, a place of learning, in broad daylight, and on video, a video that was circulated algorithmically on social media. It was shocking because of Charlie Kirk's youth. He was 31 years old. He was the father of 2 children. He was married. His whole life was ahead of him, and it was stopped needlessly by the assassin's bullet. And it was shocking as well because it happened at a time where we're becoming inured to this violence, Major. So this trend of political violence has been going on for some time, whether it was the 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump, the assassination attempt on Brett Kavanaugh, the shooting at the congressional baseball game in the first Trump administration. And then there are the kind of the less political acts of violence, or rather the political violence directed at private citizens, such as the gunning down of the United Healthcare executive last year by Luigi Mangione. This kind of propaganda of the deed, as the 19th century anarchists call it, is returning to America's campuses and college streets. And so it's a very disturbing moment, not just a sad moment for the family and for the conservative movement, but I think for the country as a whole.
And Matthew, I know you are familiar with the fire that was set at Governor Josh Shapiro's home, the attacks that left one member of the Minnesota legislature dead, another wounded, Gabby Giffords. So this has happened, as I said when I opened this show. There are victims of the spasms of political violence, which you suggest we have become inured to on both sides of the aisle. And it seems to me that there has to be a conversation about that fact, number one, and a kind of reconciling to a deeper conversation about how to find a different direction.
Right. Well, I think what's taking place, Major, is a polarization that's going far beyond what we were used to the past 20 years or so. We were talking about red and blue America, and we were talking about cultural differences between Republicans and Democrats, NASCAR versus soccer moms and so forth. But what instead seems to be happening is we're breaking apart into two different societies, two different cultures. And as this process takes place, individuals are feeling that no loyalty, not just to the other side of the political debate, but to the rule of law. And I have to say, you mentioned the attack on Governor Shapiro, of course. That was also because of his Jewish identity. And so these political attacks are a part of the general trend to attack and harass Jewish Americans and supporters of Israel. It's multifaceted, is what I'm saying. And this particular incident is, I think, most shocking and lands most impactfully because here we have an attack on the very roots of a free society, right? What was Charlie Kirk doing? He was speaking to students. He was on a college campus. He was trying to engage in civil debate. He was, as you've been saying on this program, and as everybody knows, a happy warrior. He would listen to the other side at these events. I've seen him do it in the past, and he would engage. And now, whoever killed him didn't just mean to kill him. The killer meant to kill that whole structure that allows us to speak and to deliberate over public policy, public affairs. That's what I think we really have to fight against here. Not just enforce the law and deter these assassins, but also to preserve the mechanisms that have kept this country free for 250 years.
And Matthew, I want to ask you, before I let you go, about that dynamic of Charlie Kirk, because it wasn't just on that campus. Obviously, there are associated Turning Point USA groups at, I believe, more than 800 college campuses and some high schools. You can be a provocateur, an influencer in America, and you could have a limited audience. Charlie did not have a limited audience. He had a large and growing audience, which means he was finding something that people were in need of and wanted to be closer to. That seemed to be a very important political dynamic, not only to the Trump White House, but to the Republican movement generally. But I'd like your thoughts on what it meant more broadly in terms of communication, culture, and youth in America.
Well, we often don't think of it, but conservatism in the United States has often been a youth movement. The conservative movement of Ronald Reagan, say, really started on college campuses in the 1950s. And the great
Young Americans for Freedom, YAF.
Young Americans for Freedom. And the great leader of American conservatism for the second half of the 20th century, William F. Buckley, first appeared on the scene as a 26-year-old dynamo from Yale. So in that sense, Charlie Kirk was very much following in the footsteps of an earlier generation of conservatives. He appeared on the scene at age 18, and he was a builder. he built Turning Point USA into an extraordinarily powerful and influential organization, as you've been saying on the program, in terms of turnout, in terms of influence within the conservative movement and Republican Party and Trump administration. So he, I think, represents well the energies behind the Trump movement today. It's been caricatured as a movement of old people, of rural Americans, but what gives it its dynamism is the young people that Charlie Kirk has brought to the movement. And that I think showed itself in the election results last year, where Donald Trump performed much better than expected among college-aged Americans. And the type of party that Donald Trump has brought into being, a Republican Party that includes people of all ethnicities, all races, is again, I think, a result of the sort of activist work that Charlie Kirk performed so well, but so tragically in such a brief span of time.
Matthew Continetti, I appreciate you coming on the program very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to bring in our panel, Molly Ball, longtime political reporter, and Olivier Knox, senior national correspondent for U.S. News and World Report, and also at the desk, Robert Costa, our senior political analyst. Molly, let me start with you. I'm just going to give you the floor.
Well, I've been thinking about the last couple of times that I spent time with Charlie Kirk, and I spent the better part of a day with him at the Republican convention where he was taping his radio show, and there was a parade of important guests, members of Congress and other and other luminaries in the party. They all wanted to be on his show. He was walking on air because he had been a top advocate for J.D. Vance to be named to the ticket. He really believed in this populist nationalist transformation of the Republican Party that he saw Trump as leading, and he was overjoyed to see that continue in the form of J.D. Vance. And we talked about that at the time. And then later last year, I saw him in Arizona, where he was helping Carrie Lake's campaign, her unsuccessful campaign for the Senate. There were volunteers for that campaign who had flown in from all over the country. And it was because he was talking about his turnout efforts on his radio show. Charlie Kirk was. He had the power to give people ways to act and mobilize them to contribute. He was an organizer. And I really think that he was testament to the idea that a single person can change the country if they work at it. And he became incredibly powerful, really on the strength of his voice, and that was it.
And Olivier, he spoke about politics in a sort of larger-than-life way. This was a civilizational struggle, and he believed that Trump and Trumpism was part of the way America could save itself. And that found a resonance that I think at times even surprised Charlie, but it caught on. Yeah, college campuses and elsewhere.
Extraordinary resonance through his various old media and new media mechanisms for getting his message across. We're no strangers to political violence in America. We've had a bevy of presidents assassinated in office, but the system's been really blinking red in the last few years with escalations of threats against members of Congress. I don't want to insult anyone, but random members of Congress. We've seen federal judges. And so it feels like we've entered a different era when it comes to political violence, where it's much more broad-based. And I wonder to what degree it comes out of a concern that politics has now become all or nothing, as you said earlier, sort of an existential problem, and that people are losing faith in politics, traditional politics, as a way of working out our grievances and our disagreements.
Robert Costa, the floor is yours.
Covered Charlie Kirk for a long time, and this was a major force in American politics, though he was very young.
And this will be deeply felt within the Trump White House.
Clearly already is. The president.
I mean, so many people within that building knew and worked very closely with Charlie, held him in very high regard. So it'll be a personal moment, a political moment, a national moment for all of them.
Close to Vice President Vance, close to Donald Trump Jr., close to President Trump.
And to Olivier's point about this idea that all or nothingism creeping in, or maybe very widespread in American political life, that seems to be a reality that has taken a horrific turn this afternoon in Orem, Utah, on a college campus.
Violence, the specter of violence is everywhere in American politics right now. Unfortunately, it's part of our history. Think about President Lincoln, President Kennedy, shots fired at President Reagan, political candidates like George Wallace, lawmakers like Gabby Gifford, Steve Scalise survived shootings. Charlie Kirk was someone who was so happy to be in the arena. I was just listening the other day to his conversation with Governor Gavin Newsom of California, podcast conversation. And Kirk could be a rally presence,
sure,
hand in the air,
provocateur,
but he was really at ease in the college setting or the podcast setting, having a dialogue. And that's where he found so much of a following. People listened to him and found that he was articulate in raising new kinds of conservative arguments that generated such an audience.
And Molly, very quickly, about a minute, maybe less, Charlie made himself relevant. That is to say, he became a force that others noticed and then felt that, like you witnessed, they needed to be around him and they needed to be in his sphere that he created.
Absolutely, and he did it with the simple power of his perspective. And I think, as Matthew Continetti was saying earlier, really refusing to accept as a state of nature that young people were just going to be liberal. He really believed he could go out and he could convince people to believe the things that he believed, and that was incredibly powerful.
Olivier, I was just informed in my ear that we're going to continue our conversation. So you had more than time than I suggested you might. So Olivier, you can go on as long as you want. There is already, as we speak, each and every second we're here, there is a raging social media absorption, reabsorption, recontextualizing, and angry and increasingly angry conversation about what this is, what this isn't, what it represents, what it doesn't represent. That's another factor that we have to absorb and try to weigh.
We're deep into the politics of the algorithm that rewards the most shocking, the most outrageous, and especially the most angering, infuriating kind of content. I don't know how you teach civics to a generation that is coming up right now that will only ever have known social media algorithms and algorithmic news, where you're not being exposed to a large number of topics. You're only really getting deep into a few of them. Social media right now, for all of the wonderful sentiments, sad but wonderful sentiments, bipartisan condemnations of Charlie Kirk's assassination from prominent Democrats, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Josh Shapiro, just everyone coming out. There's a darker side on social media right now. Some folks celebrating the death, and of course, people sharing for clicks and clout the actual video of Charlie Kirk being assassinated.
Olivia Knox, Robert Costa, Molly Ball. It's been a very hard day. I thank you all for joining us. We will continue to bring updates on the shooting and death of Charlie Kirk. Please stick with CBS News 24/7 for the latest on all of that, plus many other news items. The Daily Report picks up our coverage right now.
I'm Niti Chen. You are watching the Daily Report here on Wednesday, September 10th. A conservative political activist is shot and killed while speaking at a university in Utah. Everything we know right now about the death of Charlie Kirk.
I heard what I thought was a gunshot, and I hurried and took cover. And then I saw the students running out, and I thought, no, that nobody's shooting firecrackers, right? This is the middle of the day. Everyone dropped, and I was like, where's the gunman? I don't see any gunman. And then I dropped.
Conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University.
Eyewitnesses who have spoken to CBS News have said they didn't even have a metal detector. They were barely checking tickets. This was a large open area, hundreds of people. Kirk was at a lower position, and the spectators were on sort of a grassy area with a higher elevation. So actually very difficult location to secure.
Heard a loud shot, a loud bang, and then I saw his body actually in slow motion kind of fall over.
And it was just sheer panic.
Kirk, a rising star in conservative politics and a fierce ally of President Trump. He is a co-founder of Turning Point USA, which advocates for conservative politics on university campuses.
Please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
And the concern and the prayers expressed by Republican leadership especially came quickly. We've seen several Democratic Party leaders as well condemn political violence in this country.
You have federal law enforcement on scene. You have university police and local police. The FBI's Salt Lake City field office is there as well.
And we do begin this hour with that breaking news out of Utah following the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk and the ongoing manhunt for the shooter. Kirk, the CEO and founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA, was on the first stop of his American Comeback Tour. He was speaking at the time to an audience at the campus of Utah Valley University. The school says that at about 12:10 local time, a single shot was fired at the speaker in Kirk. It says that he was hit and then taken from that location by his security. An eyewitness described what that scene was like following the shooting.
All of a sudden, I hear up top, I just saw him grab, it looked like his neck, and there's just blood pouring out everywhere, and his eyes kind of rolled back.
President Trump, who Kirk was a fierce ally of, wrote on Truth Social, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth of the United States better than Charlie." He went on to pass along his and First Lady Melania Trump's sympathies to the Kirk family. And in honor of Kirk, the president has ordered all American flags in the country to be lowered to half staff until Sunday evening. We have CBS News team coverage on this story. We're going to begin, though, with Anna Schechter, senior coordinating producer for the Crime and Public Safety Unit. Anna, I know you've been following this since this news first broke. What are law enforcement officials saying right now?
Well, right now they're not saying a lot. And so we actually don't know exactly where the suspect is, where the shooter is, if the shooter is in custody. We haven't got a lot of information. Now, university officials have told CBS News that they believe that they know where that shot was fired from. And we've also been reviewing unconfirmed videos. I've seen video of someone running on a rooftop, but we don't know if that is the individual. I'm sure that investigators are looking at that if they have not yet apprehended that suspect.
A lot has been made and a lot will be made of the security that was surrounding all this. One witness there spoke to CBS News about the scene, including the security apparatus that was at play. And here's what he had to say.
Yeah, it's like a courtyard. There was definitely security. I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but, you know, they had the guys with the little curly wire coming out. So I assume that those were security detail. It was definitely there.
But no metal detectors.
No, there were no
that
metal
kind of thing.
detectors. There was no checking anything.
So you hear that. What do you make of that? The fact that there were no metal detectors and apparently people were just able to walk around at will.
Very unsecure location. Already they're starting from a point of weakness. It is very challenging to secure an open air location like that. So that's the starting point. Now, they could have erected a security checkpoint, put up a metal detector and required people to stand in line. That would have delayed people from entering that area, but might have helped. However, we don't know if the shooter was perhaps outside of that perimeter, shooting from another building a distance away. If a long gun was used, it's relatively easy with a little bit of practice to hit a target a couple of 100 meters away. So we don't know if that would have prevented it, but it certainly would have been a visible deterrent. It would have let people know that security was present. Now, we know that Kirk has his own security team, but this is not going to be a massive amount of people, resources, snipers on the roofs, for example, like we did have a sniper team. Unfortunately, it was too late. A year ago in Butler,
Sure.
The shooter fired off a shot. A man was killed, 2 others injured. But within seconds, that shooter was taken down by snipers. In this case, it appears that the shooter was able to flee, and we still don't know if that person has been apprehended.
Is there anything to read into this that it was reportedly one single shot and at a distance that was the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk?
That appears to be a targeted attack, premeditation targeted attack. But I hesitate to read into any motive at this time. We just don't know. Without the identity of the suspect, without information gleaned from an interview, a sweep of that person's social media, interviews with coworkers, associates, other people that know the suspect. We can't say for sure. Now, we do know that this event was publicized, put out on social media, online.
And garnered some backlash too.
That's right. So it was a controversial event. What Kirk has been doing, going to campuses across the country, is inviting people to come up and debate him. He enjoyed that kind of debate. And some of the things that he would say were very controversial. Now, he saw himself as sort of the voice of reason in the conservative party. He says he tried to dispel conspiracy theories, but the things that he was saying was also very controversial and would stir up a lot of response. He enjoyed being a provocateur on the platform X, for example. He didn't mind attracting a lot of dissent, and he invited that kind of debate. He also talked about the Second Amendment, and he talked about sort of the give and take. We have the Second Amendment, and in his words, we have to sort of accept that people are going to be shot and killed. It's this cruel irony in this tragic situation where he himself was the victim of apparently a targeted attack.
A tragic situation indeed. Anna Schechter, thank you very much for joining us with your insight.
Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again.
And that was Charlie Kirk there speaking at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee last July. The Trump ally also spoke at the RNC back in 2020 during the president's first term in the White House. Joining us now with more on Charlie Kirk is CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed, thanks for being with us on this day. Help us take a step back and give us some perspective on Kirk's role in today's conservative movement. It is hard to understate the scope of his influence.
Yeah, especially among younger conservatives or younger Republican voters, or those at least that spend a lot of time online. Kirk began his Turning Point USA organization about 12 years ago when he was only about 18, and inspired by the Tea Party movement, built it from there. It now includes Turning Point USA, which is more of a political arm, and then even Turning Point Faith, which is designed to organize among those that are more religiously conservative. And so, then there's a radio show, and there was podcasting, and there was a pretty vociferous social media feed that included highlights from the event like the one he was holding today, where you hold these, prove me wrong exchanges with people who may disagree with you. Like Anna said, one of the issues he talked a lot about in this country, guns in America, there would have been a conversation about that. Could have been something that was going on in the news or with sports. Certainly issues of faith and society in general, and then defending the Trump administration from those that disagreed with it. But the idea was that he would sit there, engage the person, try to have a, healthy and breezy back and forth. Maybe the other person walked away from it convinced. Maybe the other person walked away slightly angry. But the idea was he was trying to show his followers, you can have these kinds of healthy conversations, and here's how you can defend your viewpoint from the conservative perspective. And again, there are a lot of people in this country today, Nancy, who are learning about who he is for the first time. And that's because the way your social media feed works may not serve you that kind of content. That's to the detriment of everyone. You're not seeing the other side necessarily. And so this will be an opportunity for people to learn about maybe what he stood for and what he stood against, and whether you agree with it or not, that's what he was out there doing. And that it ended so violently and so unexpectedly is really going to be a profound marker on the conservative movement. You've seen the reaction from the president, the vice president, the Secretary of Defense, other senior White House officials like Stephen Miller, for example, others who work in the West Wing who were close with Charlie, who were inspired by the activism that he led, and in many cases may very well be in the jobs they're in because Charlie Kirk told the president, yeah, that guy should have that job, or she should be working in that part of the administration, because we know that during the transition last year, given what he had done to help mobilize the conservative vote for the president, given how close he'd become with the president and his son Donald Trump Jr. especially, he was at Mar-a-Lago in transition meetings, cherry picking people for senior government roles, urged them to put Kash Patel at the FBI, would have steered them towards certain people to put in the cabinet, and then went out and used his movement to make sure that these people got the votes needed from fellow Republicans who may have been skeptical about their qualifications, and made sure they got their jobs. And others thinking ahead to the future of the party and the future of the MAGA movement knew that they had to be cultivating him and those that followed him, because they are the foot soldiers in the conservative movement today. And guys like Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, and plenty of others are the ones that the party leans on now to help draw attention to issues or to certain candidates who may need some money and manpower, and to make sure that they understand why it is the president is doing what he's doing.
And Ed, the thing is, it's an incredible impact for someone who is just 31 years old, and yet he's been part of this conservative scene for quite some time. He started quite early on the grassroots level. Can you talk a little bit about that impact that not only he has had as a political figure in his own right, but also the movement he has helped spawn through Turning Point itself?
Well, yeah, and that's just, we heard some on our air earlier today saying how attending and speaking at a Turning Point event could be just as effective as speaking at a Trump rally in terms of the mileage you could get out of doing so. That clips of it would spread, that the word of mouth would spread, that the donations might come in, that the volunteers willing to show up to help you because they like something you talked about would suddenly materialize. That there was real equity, or you could get results in essence for being associated with them. There were conferences held by Turning Point and its various entities earlier this year that drew several senior Trump administration officials, because before their government work and during it, they understood they were there in part because he made it happen. He helped find the voters necessary in the swing states. He helped draw the support needed to make sure the Republican senators voted for them, maybe even some Democrats. And he was sustaining that support by talking about them, having them on as guests, and making sure that his followers knew about them. But again, we talk, Nancy, in this country about making sure that young voters are engaged and that they participate in the process. That is what he was doing, whether you agree with him or not, whether you find what he said, acceptable or vile. He was a voice in the system, and he was shaping the country to his liking through the work he was doing. And we've seen it on the left, we've seen it on the right, we've seen it among labor leaders, religious leaders, civil rights leaders through American history. He will rank as one of those kinds of activists that drew people to the streets, drew people to causes and events, and was gunned down way too soon.
An incredible legacy. I also find it noteworthy, Ed, to see the reaction that has been pouring out, not only from leaders on the right, but also on the left, and notable names like Kamala Harris, former President Obama, former President Biden. I mean, it is rare to have the leaders on both sides be able to speak so movingly about one figure at this point.
Well, and mostly, most especially to denounce violence of all sorts, as they should. But also because, there are Democrats who were trying to take cues from him, try to figure out how it is that you were convincing people to rally to your cause. I think the most notable example, that's why I'm pulling it up here, was the California governor, Gavin Newsom, who himself launched a podcast earlier this year. We've now seen the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear, go out and do the same thing, because they understand the voters I need to reach, young, male, and either, right or center right, are out there, and they're out there listening to podcasts, and they're out there in the digital space. And they may be watching us right now on their phone or at home on their flat screen or their laptop. And Newsom specifically went to see him. They had an interview for Newsom's podcast. The governor was denounced for doing so. But at the same time, he said, look, this guy figured out how to tap the political marketplace successfully. We as a Democratic Party have to do so as well. And that's why I want to talk to him. And today he was among the first national Democratic leaders to call the attack on Kirk disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. And, we'll continue to see how the country reacts to this in the coming hours. And again, a lot of people who knew him and a lot of people have no idea what he did. And may this perhaps be an opportunity for people to try to get beyond what their algorithm serves them and learn a little bit about the other side, if whether they like him and agree with him or not.
A very fair point there. Ed O'Keefe, thank you very much for joining us with your insight. Okay, and we are following more breaking news. We're going to turn things now over to Weijia Jiang, who is joining us from the White House lawn. Weijia, when we talk about the scale and the scope of something like this, a tragedy like this, can you talk to us a little bit about how the White House is reacting?
Well, a lot of the officials inside the White House have known Charlie Kirk for years, since the first time President Trump served in office. During his re-election campaigns, they closely worked with Charlie Kirk. And of course, now they did work with him because he is was a close, trusted advisor of President Trump's, and somebody who many staffers knew incredibly well. So I can tell you, Nancy, that it has been a very somber day here at the White House, with many officials and other staff members visibly shaken, even crying, because this is such a huge loss for them, because they not only considered Charlie Kirk to be a colleague, but many of them were friends with him. And so it is a dark day here. Of course, as you've been reporting, President Trump himself has weighed in. He canceled a dinner that he was going to host here at the White House tonight, and he ordered that all American flags, including those here at the White House, be lowered to half-mast. So, we will continue to hear reaction from senior administration officials, I'm sure, throughout the coming days. But today is a tough one here, Nancy.
Absolutely, Weijia, and also to see this outpouring of from so many different leaders, it's striking to me, because it's not only to see all of this. It's not for an elected leader, right? It's for someone who is not elected and yet has this huge influence. Given that, what do you think we can expect from the White House in the coming days?
Well, certainly I expect a lot of officials from the White House, and probably President Trump himself, to attend Charlie Kirk's funeral and to continue talking about his legacy and the mark that he left on American politics. Charlie Kirk has been here to the White House several times. I've seen him here many times. And the last time he was here at the end of May, the president had him in the Oval Office. And as he was talking about the youth vote and young people in America, he pointed to Charlie and spoke about how critical he was during his reelection campaign. The president often talks about how he won in part because of social media platforms, especially TikTok. And during that visit, he said Charlie was the first person to tell him, you need to engage on TikTok. And of course he did, and went on to win huge numbers when it came to young voters. And so, the president really credits Charlie Kirk for much of his political success, as do other Republicans who acknowledge and recognize that he wasn't just a public figure, and that he was out there talking. He was obviously on the airwaves and made his own content, but he really understood young people and young Americans and resonated with them in a way that most people, Nancy, cannot.
A very sad day for this country. Weijia Jiang, thank you very much for joining us.
Sure.
And as we mentioned, we are waiting right now for officials to give an official update on today's shooting in Utah. It is set to happen shortly. And when that does happen, we will bring it to you as soon as it comes on the air. For now, a quick break. You're watching The Daily Report.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
Anyone that doesn't agree women should be in the submarine force has to ask themselves why they would think about that.
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I say it to myself that I can't make this about me.
When we put people before politics.
What would happen if it was harder for Mexican residents to come over to work in Presidio?
I think we'd be in serious trouble.
Are you okay, ma'am? What happens when you experience the story?
I'm shocked at how devastated this neighborhood is.
How bad is it in your house?
Okay.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
Here in Chicago.
Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
Ready? Yeah.
Ready?
And 1, 2, 3. Hey!
I can see clearly now.
Look at his outfit, baby. Give me some love, baby. We got a toy. Look at this. Oh, no! Time for another quick meal you can make any night of the week. We've got tips to save on clothes, tech, and more. How I got here is nothing short of like a miracle.
Talent.
Talent.
It's a bright, bright, bright way to start your day. See you
On CBS Mornings.
Here comes a big one. What I've seen, it's like chaos.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
How was this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions. I'm open to all of it.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Conservative activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot earlier today at an event at Utah Valley University, with President Trump confirming that news in a Truth Social post. And Jordan Last is someone who was at today's event, saw this shooting happen. Here's what he told Julia Goodrich earlier about what he witnessed.
We were only about 10 or 15 minutes into the event, and I was kind of near the line where people were asking questions. I couldn't actually see Charlie, but I heard just a loud pop. And in my mind, I was like, okay, could be a firework, could be something, but I had a cement kind of pillar or barrier behind me. And, just to be cautious, I kind of went behind it. The people with me were like, what was that? And then that's when people started saying to us, hey, Charlie's been shot. Like, I saw him fall. And then I knew, okay, this is an active shooter situation. I crouched down. A lot of us crouched down. We really didn't know what to do. I was just kind of waiting for, I guess, other shots to go off. Maybe 30 seconds after the shot, people started to yelling, run. There was a door maybe 10 feet from us, and people started filing through that. And so we said, all right, let's go. I crouched down, went to the door, and I just took off running. And, I guess ran as far as I could until I felt safe to the parking lot, and then eventually to my truck. And it was with a couple other people, and we all kind of stuck together. And we didn't know each other beforehand, but stuck together. We're just talking about it afterwards. So that's basically what happened to me. I was maybe 50 to 100 feet directly to the right of Charlie Kirk when this happened.
Leading up to that, I'm curious about your thoughts on security. There was a lot of people there. It was an open crowd. It's an open carry state, not an open carry campus. But talk about kind of the optics of security before this happened.
Yeah, so when I came in, I noticed his security team. I actually walked right by them. They were checking things out. But I did notice, no one's checking for weapons. No one checked me whatsoever. And honestly, I did think during the event before it happened, like, anybody could have a weapon here. So, yeah. UVU, I do believe, is a concealed carry campus, I believe. I just checked that out this morning or last night. But yeah, I don't know. Those are my observations.
All right, some breaking news just coming into our newsroom. We understand that the suspect or a suspect in this shooting is now in custody, according to the FBI. And Anna Schechter is still on set here with us, senior coordinating producer for the Crime and Public Safety Unit. Anna, how does a suspect being in custody now change this investigation? What happens from here?
Well, law enforcement has somebody that
actually, Anna, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We understand that authorities are now giving an update in Utah, so we'll check back in with you and listen to them now.
Along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office Department and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Jimenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Is there any
still
indication
searching
of
or
foreign involvement?
looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Where do you believe the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and you know these things. You know, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shootings. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
What kind of weapon was used?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot? Was this a
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
And we've been listening there to federal, state, and local officials give an update on the shooting of Charlie Kirk today in Utah. The conservative political activist was killed there. They are saying now a person of interest is in custody. They're still looking for anyone with any information to this incident. A Utah official there saying the shot potentially came from a roof on campus. And as we mentioned, they are saying a person of interest is in custody, but their investigation does continue. Nothing to lead them to believe that a second person is involved, but also as they scour through plenty of information, both online and on the ground, they're also, they say, looking at security camera footage that was taken from campus. As this investigation does continue, we will also note that that tributes and condolences are pouring in from across the country. And Republican Congressman from Utah, Mike Kennedy, joins us now. Congressman Kennedy, thank you for being with us on this day. What are your thoughts?
Nancy, I'm really sad that we have to be together to talk about this tragic event, but I'll just say to you, violence will not silence Charlie Kirk nor his message, and will not silence the mighty people of the United States of America. And we will rise up and continue to do the vital work that needs to be done. And God bless Charlie Kirk's family, his wife, Erica, his children. And there are a number of young people at this event. God bless them as well in this tragic time.
Congressman Kennedy, what did Charlie Kirk mean to the conservative movement?
Charlie Kirk continued to push forward in spite of threats. He was a seasoned veteran at vigorously debating in a civil fashion the issues of the day. And that's why we will not stand down. Myself, I take inspiration from the fact that he continued, in spite of threats to his life that have occurred over time, that he continued to push his message forward. The United States of America and the Constitution promote free speech and the opportunity for all people, especially with political speech, to be able to speak their mind on the issues of the day. Charlie Kirk did that, and his voice will continue to be heard. This tragic episode by this filthy assassin who committed this event will not silence his voice, and it will not silence the good people of the United States of America. And I stand with my Democrat and Republican colleagues, with Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, and President Trump. We will continue to move forward to do the work of the American people in spite of these violent efforts to shut down the opportunities for our citizens to speak freely on the issues of the day.
And Congressman Kennedy, I can imagine this hits particularly close to home, given that it did happen in your state. What goes on in your mind when you first heard that news come in?
It's in my state and it's in my district. This place is just a few minutes from my house. And I know people that were there at that event. And I know that this does not represent Utah nor its citizens. And this institution is an outstanding institution full of great professors as well as students. And it's a tragic event that they had to witness. But I know we can all learn from this event as far as this will not intimidate us. As a state senator, I've had my house vandalized. I've had death threats against me. I know my congressional colleagues, some of them have had death threats as well against them. But we continue to do the work here in Washington, D.C. And I know my friends, my colleagues, the neighbors, they will continue to do their work to promote the opportunities that we have here in the United States of America. And violence will not intimidate us, and violence will not silence the voices of our good people.
Congressman Mike Kennedy, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
And Anna Schechter, Senior Coordinating Producer for the Crime and Public Safety Unit, joins us here on set once again. Quite a few updates coming from that press conference from those federal, state, and local leaders and officials. With a person of interest in custody, where does the investigation go from here? And I know it's in early days, but it's all boots on the ground right now.
That's right. Well, they're still analyzing surveillance video. They want to match this individual with everything that they're seeing from multiple cameras. So that's happening right now. They're also likely interviewing this individual. Then from there, they want to get associates, close family members, friends, colleagues that this person might have worked with, because they want to find out if anybody else might have known about this attack, plans for this attack, or might have aided it. So that's a very important part of this investigation that's underway right now. They're also going to get a search warrant for all of the electronic devices, cell phones, laptops, anything else where this individual might have communicated with others, and they're going to pull all of that in, review all of that. So the clock starts ticking now on that part of the investigation. While they're doing that, they're building a timeline of everything that this individual did leading up to the moment of pulling that trigger.
And I know we're looking ahead, but also a look back at what happened this afternoon. One thing that stood out to both of us during that press conference is hearing how many officers from the University Campus Police were actually on the ground out there. He was saying 6 officers, possibly more, that were also in plainclothes. He said that plainclothes officers were also there. But when you hear that some 3,000 people were in attendance, what goes in your head then?
not a secure location. Wide open, no cover, no checkpoints, no metal detectors. Already, just the fact that they held the event at that location, law enforcement is at a disadvantage to keep it safe. But there are things that they could have done. And there you heard the police earlier acknowledge that they might have been able to prevent this. But to have somebody on a roof in an open air university like that, very difficult to prevent. But had they had more eyes, more resources, maybe somebody would have seen something, said something, and apprehended that person before they took that shot.
And we're already hearing about events being postponed or canceled, political ones, because of what happened with security plans perhaps being re-examined. Do you think that other colleges or other venues could change the way they approach security given what happened here today?
Absolutely. At least in the short term, there is going to be a message that goes out wide to campus law enforcement, regionally and wider across the country. Everybody's going to be on high alert given that already law enforcement in the big cities were on high alert because tomorrow's September 11th. We are in a heightened threat environment, but looking out and finding that lone wolf before they attack, that is the hardest thing for law enforcement to do. Everybody's going to be ramping up security right now, essentially, at campuses, but other institutions around the country.
I know hindsight is 20/20, especially in cases like this, but when you do recognize that there was outcry and that people were not happy with Charlie Kirk's appearance on that campus, and that this was the first stop on a widely publicized tour that he was kicking off on, what should have been different?
Well, first of all, you should have had other law enforcement partners there, because one small campus security police and even Provo police, they might not have had the resources to adequately secure this location.
Even for crowd control, if nothing else, when you have 3,000 people in one space like that.
That's right. And, people get sick. You usually, if it's a highly publicized event, you'll have, EMS teams. You might have a couple of ambulances just to make sure if somebody gets sick or needs help, that there are first responders there. So the fact that they were so lightly resourced, that was not ideal, obviously. Hindsight is 20/20. I think there was a certain level of comfortability if he might have felt, well, I bring this healthy debate and thought largely we're in sort of a friendly crowd. And I think that's where law enforcement can make the mistakes where they think that they're in a friendly crowd environment. They say, yes, let's go with an open air venue where anybody can walk in. And we heard
that was part of the appeal also for Kirk, to have people come in and be able to have anyone sit down in front of him and talk to him.
That's right. Now, he did have a security team, so he was aware of a certain threat level, but he didn't seem to be, he was out there speaking confidently. I mean, we watch all our politicians doing the same thing every day. It is impossible to have a 100% secure environment, particularly if you're choosing to hold an event outside like this one.
I know you've been urging caution in how we approach motive from the very, very start, as soon as we heard this news come down. At the same time, it is hard to ignore the fact that he is such a prominent conservative figure. And this is all happening, of course, in the backdrop of quite a few targeted shootings that we have seen just in the past year or so that have played out. Luigi Mangione, of course, also behind one of those with United Healthcare. What does that say to you about where we are and this, the landscape in which this is all happening?
Well, we've had quite a number of very high-profile targeted assassinations and assassination attempts over the last 18 months. So really a very heightened threat environment. But what I will say about the motive is there have been perpetrators also at school shootings, at other high-profile targeted attacks, where it was sort of a free-for-all, any motive, a person with a documented mental health history who was grabbing at whatever was in the zeitgeist, using that as motivation. So that's why in the immediate aftermath of these kinds of shootings, we want to be very careful, because we don't know what kind of writings this person might have had, what kind of online spaces they might have been frequenting. We don't know. We can suspect, and you just heard the governor of the state of Utah say this was a targeted political assassination. He might have information that we don't have, but at this point, we don't have information that supports that.
Which is why we always appreciate your context throughout all of this. Anna Schechter, thank you very much for today. And Brandon Russin joins us now. Brandon was there and saw all of this happen. Brandon, I'm so sorry for what you've experienced today. Can you walk us through what you saw?
Yeah, thank you so much. I was just standing there about maybe 15 feet in front of Charlie, probably it was in the standing area, the standing crowd, maybe 3 people back behind the guardrail. And we were just enjoying listening to him answering questions. And before I continue, I don't think this is being covered. I don't know if any witnesses have come out and said that one of the last things that Charlie declared before the shot rang out was that Christ is Lord and that he defeated death. And I just find that very poetic, despite this tragedy. After that declaration, he moved on to the next question, which during that time was when the shot rang out, and it just seemed like everything went in slow motion. It didn't seem real for that split second, and then and I saw very up close the graphic detail of what happened. And at that point, me and the friend that I was with and the crowd around us ducked down and quickly got on the ground.
It sounds like an incredibly harrowing experience that you had to go through, Brandon. When you did see this unfold so close to you, you said that you got on the ground. Can you talk a little bit about that immediate reaction of the crowd that was around you? I know there were so many students that were there.
Yeah, I think it took probably 1 second for everyone to process what had just happened, and all of a sudden we were all piling on the ground. I just remember instinctively shouting, "No, no, no, no." I reached for my phone to text my wife and to tell her that there was a shooter, and that I loved her in case anything happened to me. And at that point, we were on the ground for about a minute, and I think that not hearing any more shots ring out gave everyone the confidence to just start running to the buildings. And so that's what we did.
Brandon, a lot has also been made today about what kind of safety measures were in place. Can you tell us about what you saw when you were there? What kind of safety apparatus that you had to go through, if any, and what your thoughts are on that now?
I'm going to be completely honest. When I walked into this courtyard, the first thing that I thought, with everything that's happened in the past decade or few years, the first thing I thought was, I hope they have good security here, because this does not seem like a safe place for Charlie to be giving his message. In terms of the layout of the courtyard, not in terms of the people, which like she was saying earlier, it was a mostly friendly crowd, and so just the layout of the courtyard, that was my initial thought, is that this does not seem very safe.
What drew you to go there to begin with?
I love hearing debate. I'm not totally engaged in politics, but I think the dialogue in this country is extremely important, and I think Charlie was a very, very intelligent man, and I appreciate hearing his evidence for his claims, and hearing the debate on the other side too, and hearing that dialogue. That's initially what drew me.
An important dialogue to have. Brandon Russin, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
And we are going to have continuing coverage of the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk in Utah. But first, we are going to take a quick break. You're watching The Daily Report.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
Anyone that doesn't agree women should be in the submarine force has to ask themselves why they would think about that.
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's going to take a while to get used to. And I say it to myself that I can't make this about me.
When we put people before politics.
What would happen if it was harder for Mexican residents to come over to work in Presidio?
I think we'd be in serious trouble.
Are you okay, ma'am?
What happens when you experience the story?
I'm shocked at how devastated this neighborhood is. How bad is it in your house?
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
Here in Chicago.
Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania.
When the world's best journalists come together to
Oh, your screen? I mean, go to the like, we'll tell you about the home screen. Hey, you need to do a remix on this bitch. Like, you be jamming though. I'm gonna be on that. Yeah, it's the wall. Like, you really like shit on my nigga on that song. Yeah, I went too far. Yeah, all them. That's that.
For temperature, warmer than normal. Whether it's sunny out,
Pushing closer to the low 90s.
or a storm is moving in,
In St. George, it's pretty overcast.
KSL weather specialists are working for you.
Forecast today does call for cloud cover.
With the latest changes. High pressure to the north moves off to the west. What to expect for the day.
93 to 88.
And what's ahead in the forecast.
Friday, we get a little bit more moisture.
Stay with KSL. I believe
Good answer.
you.
Good answer.
On air, online, and on the KSL weather app.
This is breaking news from KSL.
It was pretty terrifying. Probably the scariest thing I've ever been a part of.
And we just ended up turning and running. There was just crowds of people screaming, and then just like shooter, gun.
So I was in a room fairly close to where it happened, and then some people just ran in and yelled active shooter, so we all just got out.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination.
Conservative activist Charlie Kirk is dead after he was shot in the neck at a speaking event at Utah Valley University in Orem. Kirk was speaking in Orem during the noon hour when an unknown suspect shot him in the neck. At around 2:45, President Donald Trump confirmed on his Truth Social account that Kirk had died. Reaction and condolences have been pouring in all afternoon from around the state and across the country.
I'm just really shocked about what happened. I may not agree with Charlie Kirk, but no one deserves to be executed like that.
We have live team coverage from Orem right now. We've been talking to dozens of students on UVU campus, police, politicians, and attendees there. What many people witnessed today is disturbing. Here is one firsthand account from an eyewitness.
I was working my way up to the stand to ask Charlie some questions. At that moment that the shot rang out, I look over and I see Charlie Kirk slump over for just a split second, and the crowd just pushes back. There's a huge stampede pushing back. People are jumping into the fountain.
A person of interest is in custody.
Yeah, it's been 4.5 hours now since this shooting happened, but I think the shock waves and the effects from this, what happened at just after 12:30 today, that's going to be felt for quite some time. Still a lot of shock, still a lot of just people saying they don't believe exactly what happened, that it actually happened. Now, when it happened, there was one single shot from what we heard from Utah Department of Public Safety. There was just one single shot, and immediately people started running away from the scene. People heard active shooter. People heard the word gun. People heard the word shooting. People started running. There were a few people who froze thinking, is this really happening? Did this really happen? And was this some kind of a stunt? Maybe was it part of the show? Not realizing that it did, in fact, happen. We spoke with several people, with students, and even people who came here who weren't students but wanted to be a part of all of this, not just because maybe they agreed with him. Even if they disagreed with him, they wanted to hear what Charlie Kirk had to say. That's part of listening to both sides. When this happened, they said they can't believe what happened right in front of their eyes.
And I pray for everybody that was here to witness this. It's awful, and I don't understand why we can't have something like this that is truly innocent. You know, there were the non-believers, the ones that didn't like him, and that's fine. But to shoot him, he doesn't deserve this.
And that's something we have heard time and time again from several people, that no matter if you disagree with Charlie Kirk, if you agree with Charlie Kirk, if you don't have a position, that something like this shouldn't happen, especially on a college campus where it is encouraged to have different ideas and different thoughts and different ideologies. It remains to be seen exactly what happened, what the motive was. We are still hearing words that, is there a person of interest in custody? We hear yes, but is it the shooter? We don't know that for sure at this point, but certainly we will get more answers on that in due time. And a big part of what we're hearing again from Governor Spencer Cox is that this was a political assassination, something we've seen far too often in the past few years in the United States. He says we don't have the answers on how to bring us all together, but that's certainly something he would like to see happen, as well as pretty much everybody here I've spoken with today. For Live at 5, I'm Alex Cabrera.
Yes, Alex, thank you. Very much a fluid investigation still going forward now. Let's go live now to news specialist Sarah Martin. She is at the Timpanogos Hospital, where Charlie Kirk was transported after the shooting. And this event has obviously had a broad effect on hospital operations there. Sarah?
Absolutely. Timpanogos Regional Hospital canceled, closed for the day. All appointments following Charlie Kirk being brought here. Entrances, exits are closed. Anybody coming to the hospital was turned away unless they were arriving in an ambulance, which we've been here for almost 3 hours now, has not happened. So those ambulances being rerouted to other hospitals. A growing crowd behind me. You can see people are coming here to the place where they know he was taken, so they can show that their respects, they can show their love and support for Charlie Kirk and for his family who remain. Right here with me, a young woman named Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Thank you so much for being here. Lauren was there today at UVU and decided to come here this evening and show up to show her support. Lauren, how are you doing this afternoon? What did you experience today?
Yeah, so me and my sister, we're Charlie Kirk fans, so we're super excited to go. And just going to his thing, just in the beginning of the first, you could just feel his spirit, and he was so happy. And it's like sad and just like wrong, completely wrong for someone to get killed for their beliefs of their rights and stuff like that. So after that happened, my sister and I were in the 3rd and 4th of the row or whatever, and I didn't see it, thank goodness, but just like hearing that shot, it was like sort of like unbelieving, like how could this like happen like in like Orem or Utah? And so it's happening to anyone, that's just like wrong. And so we just evacuated and got out, and there was no like direction helping us and stuff. And just after this, it's been like really hurtful. And I was just like down, like looking through like different reels of just how some people are taking this as a joke and they don't care that this man, like this, who's a human, like has those rights, just like died of this. But afterwards, when we were going through, we decided we wanted to come to here and support Charlie Kirk. We made a poster up for his family, and just like being here, it's made me feel like more peace and like more calm, just like being with people here, knowing that there's still like good in this world and that there's still like humanity that cares for this man, because he truly, anyone losing like that life or whatever is wrong. And I just feel so bad for his family, and just like he's in there in our thoughts and prayers, and just like to help them for that.
So really healing for you to come here after this traumatic event, for you to come and be with others, be with like-minded people and people who are also supporting.
No, yeah, for sure, which I wouldn't expect, because most of it I go to these scenes, I feel like I would feel like, I don't know, uncomfortable. Like everyone's been like so nice, and just like just feeling super like that comfort and just like that healing through it.
Moving forward, what about Charlie will you take forward with you?
Yeah, so even though like this was my first day meeting Charlie, just like I've always wanted to know him, and to me, just like seeing him today, just like so happy and sharing like his connection with Christ, that's what I really connect with him. I love his politics too, but like just like his with Christ. So what I really want to take from this today is like to always stand up for your beliefs, and just to know like we should, as people, we should feel like safe to like say our beliefs and our rights, no matter what religion or what we believe in. And so he's just an example, a man for me to be courageous and brave, and to like always defend like what you believe in.
Lauren, thank you so much for chatting with us. A current student at UVU studying to be a therapist here. A growing crowd behind me here at Timpanogos Regional Hospital to say goodbye to the late Charlie Kirk. We'll be here all evening speaking with more people coming to pay their respects. Reporting live, I'm Sarah Martin, KSL 5 News.
All right, Sarah, we appreciate you out there. Thank you. Let's continue our team coverage now with news specialist Andrew Adams. Andrew, I know you are from Utah County. This hits close to home. And all afternoon, we have been hearing from witnesses talking about some things no one should have to see. It's been hard.
It has been hard and really inconceivable in a place like this. Not just the fact that Orem and Provo, very safe area, but on top of that, just how politically conservative Utah County tends to be. And then this happens here. I think that multiple people today have taken note of that. And certainly, as we've been standing out here, we've been tracking the movements of law enforcement, and we've seen law enforcement from all kinds of different agencies, people in SWAT gear, sometimes moving quickly, sometimes moving slowly, but continuing their investigation through the area. Actually, while we were standing here, we saw Police HSI, which is Homeland Security Investigation. So we know there's now federal involvement here with the FBI, also Homeland Security agents in the area. And so they are it's a full court press in terms of an investigation out here, in terms of what we're seeing from federal law enforcement and from local law enforcement. Now, we know we're in video right now, but if we could turn, I want to take a minute and just point out this car, because what we've been seeing in the last little while are police going car to car in this parking lot, basically taking pictures of every individual car that's left out here, taking pictures of license plates. If it's a point of interest, then they'll take more interest. But this car right here, there was a little confusion initially because there was some belief it might be a news photographer vehicle. Turned out not to be the case, but police took paid extra close attention to this Chevy. I believe that's a Traverse right there. So unclear why they were interested in that. Eventually they moved on, but you had 3 officers spending a good, maybe 5 to 10 minutes taking a look at that vehicle in particular. So they are going car to car, row to row, and we'll continue to keep you updated on their movements and law enforcement movements in general here at UVU. Deanie?
All right, Andrew, thank you. Nice job out there. Now let's continue our coverage with Daniel Woodruff, who is live outside the campus of Utah Valley University. Daniel, I know you too are also very, very familiar with this area of our state, and I think it's safe to say that no one would anticipate this kind of violence on UVU's campus.
Yeah, Deanie, they call this Happy Valley for a reason. I grew up in Provo, just a few miles to the east from here at Utah Valley University, and this is just a shocking day, as people have told us over and over and over. Now, some significant news coming out in just the last little bit. As a result of the shooting, Utah Valley University here will be closed until Monday. All classes, all administrative operations, all events are canceled until Monday. I wanted to read a short bit of what Utah Valley University put out. They said, "Our hearts go out to his family, Charlie Kirk, as we grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. UVU campuses will be closed from September 11th through the 14th. And that's really one of the major effects of today's shooting, not only for Charlie Kirk and his family, but there were thousands, we've been told, of people that were in this area who watched the shooting happen, some of them describing the chaotic aftermath to us earlier today.
I was in a room fairly close to where it happened, and then some people just ran in and yelled active shooter, so we all just got out.
I just started booking it. My friend threw her drink, and we just got out of there like as fast as we could.
It was terrifying. None of us knew what was going on.
And that was really the sentiment. Nobody knew what was happening at first. One witness described it as like a firecracker, and then about 3 seconds of confusion, and then noticing what had happened, and then just running. In fact, I interviewed 3 people who told me that they left the place where Charlie Kirk was speaking, ran through the UVU fountain on the west side of campus, literally running for their lives. They didn't know if it was an active shooting situation where others would get shot. In this case, of course, only Charlie Kirk was shot, as the news conference that just wrapped up a little bit ago revealed that this was apparently a political assassination with one target, and that was Charlie Kirk, and 1 shot was fired. Certainly a lot of emotions here on UVU campus today, a lot of tears we saw, a lot of sadness, and a very somber feeling, an eerie feeling right now. It's a quiet campus that is going to be closed until Monday. Daniel Woodruff, live at 5.
Yeah, Daniel, those emotions you describe are so understandable and so obvious in the video as you watch those poor students. Thank you for that report. The governor, along with local, state, and federal police, just wrapped up a news conference on this shooting. News specialist Dan Rascone attended that conference and joins me now. Dan, they were able to shed some light on several key parts of this investigation.
Yeah, that's correct, Deanie. We did hear some key parts there of the investigation, as you mentioned, as far as what the governor had to say, and also with the Department of Public Safety and also the FBI, all inside this auditorium just about an hour ago or so. But again, still a lot of unanswered questions out there. But we do know this in regards to what has happened here. The governor kind of summed it up really well when he said this is a very dark day in Utah, a very dark day in the nation here as to what happened here. We heard this a little bit. 1 shot, 1 victim. They believe that the shooter was up on the roof. We've been seeing some of the video being coming in to the station and other places of possibly somebody up on the roof there of this event. We're talking about an event here that had about 3,000 people or so, according to the UVU police chief. He's saying they had as many as 6 officers here at this event, and some others in plain clothing out in the crowd there. Also, you had Charlie Kirk's personal security that was there. But again, as you could see from the video that we've been unfortunately having to see there about him getting shot, none of those securities were right next to him necessarily. They were kind of on his side there. But that 1 shot being fired, and then he drops down to the ground, and then there's ultimate chaos as people are running and trying to get out of that area, because you know, this is a fear that students are growing up in this day and age, as far as on campus of schools and universities. When shots ring out, you run. And that's kind of what happened there. And so this is the case here. And this is what the governor had to say in regards to what happened here at UVU today.
That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened.
And the governor did say in regards to the death penalty here in Utah, he's saying we do have the death penalty. And so that is something they will be looking at. But again, as far as having the actual shooter in custody right now? That's the question that we have posed to them, trying to clarify all of that. They said they do have a person of interest in custody right now, and they are still out there canvassing the area. They're still going to each of the buildings, making sure every inch of this campus is looked at to make sure there's not somebody else out there that's involved. But again, one shooter, unfortunately, one victim here, and that victim has passed away. I'm Dan Rascone, live at 5. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Dan, thank you for the summary. And yes, this is still an active investigation, and they do have a tip line for people who may have information. Let's go now live to Jody Reynosa. Jody, you've been on the ground there all afternoon, talking to people, and we could hear the shock and the disbelief by what they've seen today.
You are absolutely right, Deanie. Shock, anger, fear, just being scared, not knowing what's next for them, feeling like I just need to get out of here. However, we have seen stragglers here, and we've seen law enforcement direct them, very strongly, you need to leave. This is an active investigation. Now, just to let you know where I'm at, I am just in front of the Fulton Library. And beyond that is the Liberal Arts Building. And then that's where the venue is, behind the Liberal Arts Building. Now, along with all of those feelings that the students are feeling, that, Utah County, Utah, the nation is feeling right now, there's some irony in this as well. I mean, if you take a look right back here behind me, you see Utah County official ballot box. The fact that this is one of the areas that people can submit, their vote for people, no matter what aisle, no matter what side of the aisle politically they are on, they can come here. And, I wasn't in the actual press conference, but I was listening to it through my earpiece. And UVU officials said, we want to make sure people know this is a place to share ideas. So this has been an awful day for them. It's being coined a dark and tragic day for the entire nation. The other aspect of irony is September is Constitutional Month. And I actually spoke with the Alpine Director of Communications, the Alpine School District, and they were celebrating a 9/11 project in Spanish Fork in Utah County, and, trying to just understand the depth of the civic history that we have, not only in Utah, but across the nation. And he said, when we heard this, we were absolutely shocked as well. Now, I asked him, are you going to have school tomorrow? Or are you shutting it down because, the shooters at large? He said, it's going to be business as usual. There's going to be school at Alpine School District. However, if we get any directives from law enforcement and things change, then we will move quickly as well. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jody, thank you. Yeah, this has been a long day and a hard day for many people who were there on campus. The University of Utah Valley University campus is on lockdown, and the school's police say they have issued that stay in shelter warning that has not been lifted. So anyone who's still trapped in the school's building or still inside, they are asking you to get a police escort before you come out. There is a number to call for that help, 801-863-8130. That's 801-863-8130.
And I pray for him and his family. And I pray for everybody that was here to witness this. It's awful, and I don't understand why we can't have something like this that is truly innocent.
More eyewitnesses to today's shooting at Utah Valley University. Let's take a little moment now and go to Mike Hedrick, who is on Utah Valley University's campus. Mike, I know that you have been talking to people at NBC and reporting there for them. This, of course, has taken a national and an international interest in terms of a news story.
It's consumed the country is what it's done, Deanie, and everyone is trying to figure out why in the world something like this happened, especially in Utah County, right? A lot of people here, especially thinking this happened somewhere else, right? We've heard that from people. It happens somewhere else, not here. It can happen anywhere. And I think today is proof of that. And as I spoke with a number of people today, really the common thread between all of them was this is a tragic situation, and the whole thing was surreal. And a lot of people are still trying to wrap their heads around that. I'm on the campus right now where you still see a heavy police presence. Not too many people here. Officers have died down as far as the number of them that we see coming in and out of this area. But know this, the presence is still heavy here on UVU's campus. All right, let's talk a little bit about Charlie Kirk. Some people don't know his background and maybe have never heard of him. He actually was the founder of Turning Point USA. That was back in 2012 when he was just 18 years old. He was a prominent supporter of President Donald Trump and attracted young voters using his network and nonprofits to register voters on campuses and churches for Trump in 2024. Kirk frequently traveled to college campuses, speaking and taking questions from audience members in arguments that often led to viral videos. Kirk's appearance at Utah Valley University was the first of a 14-city fall American comeback tour. Kirk traveled with a private security contingency. He most recently appeared in the Oval Office back in May, attending the swearing-in ceremony of Judge Jeanine Pirro. Charlie Kirk was 31 years old. He leaves behind his wife, Erica, and their 2 young children. It is tragic. There is a vigil tonight for Kirk. That is at the State Rotunda in the Capitol there. The vigil starts at 7 o'clock this evening, and the event is hosted by the Utah House of Representatives. Kirk's foundation, Turning Point USA, also releasing a statement online today. Let me read that to you so you can see what they had to say here. May he be received into the merciful arms of our loving Savior. We ask that everyone keeps his family and loved ones in your prayers. We ask that you please respect their privacy and dignity at this time. So as we continue on and follow in the investigation, there's this part of it as well. It's the tragedy. It's the heartbreak. It's the knowing that somebody lost their life that was senseless. There was no need for that. But here we are. And as the governor talked about, country's broke. That was what he was said. And I dare say there's a lot of people on this campus and probably across the country that believe that very same thing. We'll see where things go from here. We'll continue and follow what is happening here on the campus, Deanie.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of time and effort for people to work through everything that's happened today. Mike, thank you. Now, President Trump reacted to the news of the death by ordering flags to half staff until sunset on September 14th. He also wrote on Truth Social, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he's no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. Here's the response from former President Joe Biden. There is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. And Senator Mike Lee releasing a statement saying, in part, this murder was a cowardly act of violence, an attack on champions of freedom like Charlie, the students who gathered for civil debate, and all Americans who peacefully strive to save our nation. Please join me in praying for his wife, Erica, and their children. May justice be swift. The University of Utah announced that they will have increased patrols on campus, saying that police officers will be available to speak to students, faculty, and staff who are concerned about these events and safety on campus. There will be additional safety patrols and layers of security present on university events today and for the rest of this week. Utah Senator John Curtis also reacted to the news, saying it's very personal because it happened in his backyard.
I think it's time for all of us to reevaluate how we're talking about issues. I think that if we're honest, we're having conversations within families that are too heated. We're having conversations among friends that are too heated, and then that obviously escalates as it gets to a broader conversation. It's not healthy. It's not who we are. This is why it's so impactful to me. It's especially not who we are in Utah County.
And Arizona Senator Mark Kelly gave his reaction to the shooting.
It is, a horrendous thing to see, and it happens all too often. I'm thinking about him and his, family, and I hope, they makes a recovery from this.
Senator Kelly knows firsthand how a shooting affects a family. Back in 2011, his wife, Representative Gabrielle Giffords, was shot in the head while at a political event in Arizona. She survived. We'll have much more live team coverage of Charlie Kirk's death and the search for the suspect in this shooting coming up at 6 o'clock. Thanks for joining us. This has been a tough day. We appreciate you being with us, and we're working together. All the latest information We will have that coming up at 6 o'clock. In the meantime, download the KSL Plus app to get breaking news updates on the situation sent straight to you. We're live in Orem with more on the shooting when we come back.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Maurice Dubois. The conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University earlier this afternoon. The 31-year-old was the CEO and the co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative organization. CBS News confirmed there had been threats against Kirk. A Utah Valley spokesperson says a suspect is not in custody. A motive is not known at this time. President Trump just posted on Truth Social the following: the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. The statement there from President Trump as Charlie Kirk, we are told now, has died. Scott McFarlane, our justice correspondent, with me now from Washington. Scott, when it comes to the investigation, we were told earlier that there was a suspect, and now we're told that person has been let go.
Yeah, a university statement given shortly after the shooting, it said a suspect was in custody and that the campus is closed. The university then changed the statement to reflect that a suspect is not in custody, or they took that part away from their statement, which gives the indication that there is either a manhunt underway or a suspect about which we don't know the condition or the location. The FBI and the ATF are among the investigators on the scene, along with local police. But let's take a look at that Utah Valley University statement. It says on September 10th, 2025, 12:20, it's Mountain Time, a single shot rang out in the quad near the food court on the Utah Valley University Orem campus. That's as Mr. Charlie Kirk began speaking at his planned rally. We can confirm that Mr. Kirk was shot. We don't know his condition. The suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating. Campus is closed for the rest of the day. So you have federal law enforcement on scene. You have university police and local police. The FBI's Salt Lake City field office is there as well and responding. But there is no information now as to if there's a suspect that's known to law enforcement, where that suspect is, if a suspect is wounded, in custody, or otherwise. So we'll wait to see what law enforcement has to tell us. But that's obviously an enormous variable right now as the campus remains closed and as the country reacts to this tragedy.
Okay, Scott McFarlane, thank you so much. Certainly a shock to the system. Reaction pouring in from across the political spectrum this afternoon as Charlie Kirk, people trying to process his death here. Senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joined us as we watch this video. Ed, this is the moment that he was shot. Blood was then seen pouring from the side of his head, from his neck, and now this.
That's right. We're now more than an hour since this happened, and the concern and the prayers expressed by Republican leadership especially came quickly. We've seen several Democratic Party leaders as well condemn political violence in this country. This is yet another high-profile example of it. And I think, Maurice, it's important that we acknowledge that there are probably many people watching right now who don't necessarily know who Charlie Kirk is, are not familiar with the work he's been doing for the last several years, because in our increasingly digital and divided world, he may not have been served up to them in their algorithm and in their feeds. And he is a 31-year-old from the Chicago suburbs, as you said, founded this group Turning Point USA back in 2012, inspired by the Tea Party movement. And he very quickly became a really influential conservative leader, especially among younger conservatives, galvanizing them to vote for various Republican candidates, and became very close with the Trump family, the president, Donald Trump Jr. especially. He was among those that pushed now President Trump to select J.D. Vance as his running mate, believing that Vance reflected the future of the Make America Great Again movement, and was able to convince him to do that. And then last year, during the presidential transition, was in Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago on a regular basis, meeting with the president directly, handpicking potential leaders for the new Trump administration, cabinet secretaries and other senior government officials, weighing in saying that they were key to the new government. And he was hosting, in this case, as you can see there on the 10th, the American Comeback Tour. This was the opening of this tour that was set to go to other campuses across the country. They regularly draw thousands of people, mostly students, mostly men. And as you see there on the tent, it says, "Prove me wrong." He had this popular segment where he would essentially sit at a table, and in this case, under a tent, and invite people who disagree with him on issues to, quote, "prove me wrong." And they would have an exchange of ideas that was generally respectful. And it could be on anything from issues in the Constitution to something in the cultural zeitgeist at the moment. And the goal was to just have those free flow of exchanges between them. But he was most especially an influential and key figure in the Trump movement. Again, close with the president, and many in the White House who this afternoon are quite stricken by this news. Our colleagues who are over at the White House say when this news broke, as they learned about it as we did, many of them rushed into closed-door meetings and have been seen to be quite upset by this, understandably, because this is somebody who worked with them to get Donald Trump reelected, and in many cases probably weighed in on whether or not they should be holding the jobs they do, and would have campaigned alongside him back in the day.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept and a way to record it. Here's how it works. First, go to riverside.fm and open an account, and then you'll be able to capture high-quality video and audio from practically anywhere in the world. When it comes to editing, Riverside is perfect for beginners. Even if you have zero experience, you can use their AI tools and intuitive editing features to create a professional-looking result. You can get transcriptions automatically and use them to edit like a doc, or you can use the chapter timeline feature, which makes it way easier just to skim and scan. Ready to share? Well, it's okay if you don't have an audience yet. Everybody starts somewhere, and Riverside has perfect tools to help you grow your audience, like live streaming if you're into that, or you can use their AI tools to create automated short clips that you can post on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok to increase your engagement. Your podcast really is just one click away with Riverside. Just bring your idea, we'll do the rest. Try it now, it's free.
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go to court or pay expensive upfront legal fees. Listen, if you've been in a car accident in the past year, even as a passenger, you could be owed a significant cash payout. While most victims are struggling with insurance companies and lawyers, others are receiving 6- and 7-figure payouts without ever stepping foot in a courtroom. Here's how to never have to worry about money after a car accident. It's called the 2025 Compensation Program, and we recently launched it across a couple more states to help victims get the maximum amount they're owed without the usual hassles of dealing with insurance directly, going to court, or paying expensive upfront legal fees. And right now, we're looking for 10 more car accident victims who want to try this program for free and get paid maximum accident compensation. No more money problems, no more stress. Take Josh's story. When Josh first came to us, he didn't think his case was worth anything. He was dealing with stress, medical bills, and didn't want to bother with the process. Insurance offered him $4,000, but after using the 2025 compensation program, he walked away with over $100,000 without ever stepping foot in the courtroom. And this was over 5 months after his accident. Here's how it works. Within a few clicks, you can find out what your accident could actually qualify for just by clicking the link around this video. You answer 4 simple multiple choice questions, and it only takes 30 seconds and is 100% free. If you qualify, an accident specialist will reach out to you. All you have to do is tell them about your case, and then sit back and wait until the check comes in. You could receive this life-changing check as fast as 30 days. The best part about it all? You don't pay a cent unless you win. Unfortunately, we cannot change what has happened in the past, but we can help you get a major cash settlement for medical bills, missed work, and property damage to help you get your life back on track. What would an extra $10,000 or even $100,000 do for you right now? Imagine paying off bills, covering rent with ease, or finally having some breathing room, all from money that could be rightfully yours. If the accident wasn't your fault, why should you be the one struggling? Insurance companies hope you never check what you're truly owed. But here's the truth. Most people walk away with way less than they deserve, or worse, nothing at all. Still wondering if this applies to you? If your accident happened within the last year and wasn't your fault, you could qualify for a major payout. But time is running out. These cases don't stay open forever. If you wait too long, you could lose your chance to claim what's yours. Click the link around this video, answer just 4 simple questions, and find out what your case is really worth. It's fast, free, and you won't pay a cent unless you win. But do it now, because if you wait too long, you might be walking away from life-changing money.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you for that. Vice President J.D. Vance weighing in, saying, eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, sending out a prayer for Charlie Kirk. 31 years old, a major figure on the right. Even if you don't know him, he was known and loved by many people across the country. Let's go to our CBS News Chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You can't overstate his impact on the right, Bob.
A tragic moment with many developments at this time. The governor of Utah has just posted on social media, Governor Cox, that he spoke with President Trump and said that, quote, we will bring to justice the individual responsible for this tragedy. So President Trump, talking to many people involved on the phone, CBS News, has also just learned that the House of Representatives, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican of Louisiana, just is called for a moment of silence to recognize the death of Charlie Kirk and to offer prayers for his family. This is a seismic political moment in American politics. While he is so young, as Ed O'Keefe said, he is someone with enormous influence and power. And this comes at a politically charged moment in this country where so many people feel on edge. You feel it when you cover events, when you cover the president of the United States. But this is someone, I have been covering conservative politics for nearly 20 years. He is such a star because of the way he articulated his views and was able to sit down with people not only on the right and in the center, but to sit down with figures like Governor Gavin Newsom of California and many Democrats. This is the death of someone with influence, but also the death of a rising political star. So many Republicans on Capitol Hill are heartbroken because they saw him as a friend. They also saw him as a real leader of conservative politics in this country. And for the president to make the statement about his death tells you a lot about how President Trump, who has been the Republican nominee for the past 3 presidential cycles, how he feels about this man. And it's hard to quantify and characterize the amount of anger, frustration, pain that is being felt in so many corners of American politics right now, especially those who knew Charlie Kirk.
And Bob, he had no small part in helping Donald Trump get reelected, right? I mean, Trump gives him a lot of credit for getting out there and getting the youth votes.
So this is my Rust project. I have 4 terminal clients, all with this chat interface running off one server. And what we're going to implement and one shot is a /user command to list out all the connected users. So I started with a simple prompt to implement a users command. Then I used the prompt enhance button and got an enhanced prompt that I can just give to Augment to one shot. Augment Code uses the Augment context engine, making sure that only the most relevant context is injected into the LLM. It makes a task list to make sure it's always on task, and it's testing the code too to make sure it works. In the end, you can see it made 56 tool calls, all for one user message, and one-shotted this feature for us. Now I can run /users and get a list of users just like I wanted. Check out Augment Code. We have a 7-day free trial.
President Trump certainly does. Over the years, I've talked to President Trump, and he believes he's always at the center of his political movement, and he's the one who drives it forward. But even he has acknowledged in recent years that it was people like Charlie Kirk who, in the wake of his defeat in 2020, stood by him through legal challenges, through other issues. Charlie Kirk helped President Trump on the outside, rebuild a political movement that ultimately lifted him to the White House in 2024. And you see these crowds, it's reminiscent of a Trump rally, but with a younger audience. And he was someone who connected President Trump to younger people who felt displaced in the culture or in the political system. And in the way others on the left and center have rallied youth, Charlie Kirk was someone who rallied youth on the right. And he became a force on college campuses, a force inside the Republican Party. I've spoken to Republican politicians in recent years who said speaking at a Turning Point USA rally was just as powerful sometimes for their own constituencies as speaking at a Trump rally. And this is going to, already it is, based on our reporting here, convulsing so much of the political conversation in this country. The agitation, the anger, it is coursing through so many of the text messages, the phone calls I've had within the past hour. Outrage that this violence is having such an impact on a major American political figure like Charlie Kirk, who was as high profile as almost anyone else on the right, competing with those on television in elective office. He was seen as someone with political capital, not just famous, but influential.
Yeah, Bob, and I think a word you used there, connect. He really knew how to connect with the people, with the voters, and help Donald Trump get reelected. The reaction pouring in from across the political spectrum, as we keep telling you. Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, Minority Leader, I should say, saying political violence has no place in America. The shooting is horrifying, and I'm praying for Charlie Kirk and his family. I want to bring in Jordan last as we look at these images now, haunting images. Jordan was at today's event at Utah Valley University, and he saw what happened there. Sir, thanks for joining us. Can you take us through where you were, what you saw, and your reaction?
Sure. The event started about 12 p.m. I got there right in time, walked past their security detail and everything, tried to find the line to ask him a question. I actually was looking forward to challenging him on a couple things. I really respect him. I wanted to talk to him, and made my way over to where I thought the line was, which is maybe directly, I would say 50 to 100 feet to the right of Charlie Kirk. I guess, yeah, at his 3 o'clock. It was only a few minutes. Like the first question had just finished. It was kind of a longer question, so they had maybe done that for 10 or so minutes, and they had just gotten into the second question, I believe. And that's when I heard like a huge pop. Whenever I hear sounds like that, first I think, okay, maybe it's just fireworks. But after a few seconds, all of us kind of standing together, it's a very suspicious sound to hear with tons of people. There were so many people there. And there was, I guess, like a cement pillar or wall kind of right behind me. So as this suspicious sound has just gone off, I kind of put myself behind the wall. It was very, very good cover in case anything was happening. And then my brain was processing. It's a very loud sound. It seemed to me to come, in my mind, it came directly from the center of the crowd. I don't know where it came from, but that's just what my mind, I guess, was thinking. And then that's when, after a few seconds, people started saying, like, "Oh my goodness, Charlie was shot. I saw him fall to the ground." And that's when I realized this is a serious situation. We all crouched down. We have great cover, but I was then just listening for more shots because obviously this could become a much worse tragedy than it already was. And there were no more shots coming. We were maybe 30 seconds passes, and that's when people start yelling, "Run." There was a door maybe 10 feet away from me. I had to lose my cover to get to the door, but it seemed like the best option. So crouch down and just go with the people.
Yeah.
As soon as I got through the door, I ran as fast as I could, I guess, and as far as I could.
Now, Jordan, I'm glad you're all right to tell us about this. From all accounts, the atmosphere was, pretty pleasant, right? Pretty chilled. People were into it. They were listening to their speaker. I'm wondering, you said security detail. You passed a security detail. Others have told us there was no security. So describe for us what it was like to get into this. I guess it's a quad there at the school.
Yeah, it's like a courtyard. There was definitely security. I mean, I'm not an expert on security, but you know, they had the guys with the little curly wire coming out. So I assume that those were a security detail. It was definitely there.
But no metal detectors.
No, there were no metal
kind of
detectors. There was no checking anything. And in fact, I mean, I've been in not a shooting situation, but other dangerous situations before. And so I'm often thinking about these things. I did think, you know, anyone in here could have a gun. No one checked me. So I was, you know, it's just a thought that came through my head.
Yeah,
it's very tragic.
Kind of a haunting image there. All right. Well, Jordan Last, thank you for sharing with us what you saw and what you did in those terrifying moments. I want to bring in senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Weijia, a lot of reaction coming in from the White House where he was very close with so many people there.
We're America's beverage companies, making American products with American workers in America's hometowns, creating good-paying jobs, the kind that require only a strong work ethic, because we believe in the promise of America and the people who make it great.
Stress keeping you up? Introducing Lemon Balm by Vimergy. This fast-absorbing concentrate works at the cellular level, so you stay calm. Vimergy. We can save ourselves.
That's right, Maurice. I was actually meeting with a White House official today when the news broke, and then several staffers were in and out of the area, and they were all visibly shaken, deeply saddened, and throughout the day have seen that from officials here at the White House, including tears and people consoling each other, because, Maurice, this wasn't just a trusted advisor to President Trump. This was a friend to so many people here at the White House. They worked closely with Charlie Kirk during the first administration, during the president's reelection campaigns, and of course now as he is in office for the second time. This is somebody who has a direct line to President Trump and his inner circle. And so it is a very solemn day here at the White House, including for President Trump. Charlie Kirk has been here to the White House several times. I remember one of the last times he was here, we shook hands, and he was always so excited and proud to have this relationship with President Trump. Most recently, Maurice, he was here at the end of May for an event, and the president was asked a question about the youth vote, and he pointed right to Charlie and said, you know, TikTok was a big reason why I won the young vote. And Charlie was the first person who told me to engage on TikTok. So he credits Charlie with so much of his victory, so much of his successes politically. And again, we are hearing reaction from the president and from so many other officials here at the White House today, Maurice.
Okay, Weijia Jiang, thank you so much for that. Our correspondent Chris Van Cleve right now is outside the Turning Point USA's headquarters. That is in Phoenix. That is Charlie Kirk's organization. Again, Charlie Kirk was 31, co-founded that 12 years ago, or when he was about 18. Chris, what are you hearing there? What are you seeing now?
Well, the office behind us here, you can see, is now blocked off. There is security here. We understand employees were sent home after the shooting. We just watched one woman come up with 2 bouquets of flowers that were taken inside the building here. You know, Charlie Kirk was an Arizona resident. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs just put out a statement, Maurice, saying that she is deeply saddened by this news, adding that this tragedy is not about who Charlie Kirk supported politically. It is about the devastating loss of a father, a neighbor, and an Arizonan who called this state home and whose life was cut short by senseless violence. It's not the first time an Arizona political figure has been impacted by political violence. Of course, Gabby Giffords was shot and nearly killed at an event in Tucson here. So it does sort of echo of that. And I can tell you, in talking to people who do work on events with several of the MAGA influencers today, they are very rattled. One of them is saying this is literally his worst nightmare playing out, something that they thought about when they were doing big events. And now a rethinking of what that security footprint will look like. Ben Shapiro, we understand, has canceled an event he had tomorrow in California. His team certainly rethinking how they move forward with big public events.
Okay, Chris Van Cleve outside Turning Point USA's headquarters there in Phoenix. It is just after 5 p.m. here on the East Coast. We're on the air with a special report as Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist, has died after being shot during an event at Utah Valley University. 31 years old. He was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA, known for mobilizing young Republican voters. Kirk was shot in the neck earlier this afternoon. The suspect is still at large. Police say a search is underway. Utah Valley University police say they are going building to building right now to try to evacuate people who are still there. President Trump posted about Kirk on Truth Social. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Those words from President Trump.
The new Whataburger Bacon Wrangler Double. It's got 2 fresh beef patties, crispy onion strings, football, bacon, honky tonks, Monterey Jack, and American cheese, rodeos, and Chipotle aioli. It's the Texiest thing in Texas. What a burger.
Small business owners are do-it-yourselfers. When my business was new, I couldn't afford an attorney, but I needed a contract written. So I wrote my own 5th grade version of a contract. I wouldn't recommend doing this because, yes, you guessed it, my contract actually got tested in court. Federal court. Surprisingly, the judge literally said my 5th grade contract was the best contract he had ever seen. Can I have an amen and hallelujah? But trust me, contract writing is not a do-it-yourself task. Running payroll, however, is. Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. My 5th successful company, Patriot Software, helps small business do-it-yourselfers run payroll without needing to be a payroll expert, whether you have 1 or 500 employees.
Keep your time and money.
Are you all set? How are you? Thank you very much for being with us. It's a good time for this country. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I think you're hearing it from a lot of people, not just from me. We're doing very well in so many ways. And the gentleman on my right, we recruited him. We tried to get the best person. We got a man that you'll hear in a second has done an amazing job with respect to Social Security. He's running it, and he's running it like nobody ever even dreamt possible. And it's the 90th anniversary right now of Social Security. So today we celebrate that 90th anniversary of one of the most significant pieces of legislation ever signed into law, the Social Security Act of 1935, and we're going to make it stronger, bigger, and better. Really doing a job. In the campaign, I made a sacred pledge to our seniors that I would always protect Social Security, and under this administration, we're keeping that promise and strengthening Social Security for generations to come. You keep hearing stories that in 6 years, 7 years, Social Security will be gone, and it will be if the Democrats ever get involved because they don't know what they're doing. But it's going to be around a long time with us. Very much, you'll be surprised to hear some of the numbers. I'm delighted to be joined by the Commissioner of the Social Security Administration, Frank Bisignano. Oh, in the world of business, in fact, I wrote some of the little things down.
Doyle hand tools deliver what pros demand. Professional grade quality at a value that can't be beat. Built by experts who know the trades, so you can feel confident each time you pick up a Doyle tool, no matter the job. Durable, reliable, and ready for the workday, just like you. Doyle, built for the pro, only at Harbor Freight.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
This has to be a joke.
It's no joke. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Hurry in.
Ollie! Good stuff, cheap!
He's had an amazing. He was chief operating officer of J.P. Morgan Chase. He worked for Jamie Dimon. And Jamie Dimon said that he was amazing. So think of that, chief operating officer, J.P. Morgan Chase, had a storied career. Then he went to First Data. For those in the business, you'd know it's the largest payment company anywhere in the world. And worked for Henry Kravis, and it was in big trouble. He took it over as CEO. He made it incredible. They merged with Fiserv, and he became CEO of that, and that became extremely successful. I was in Milwaukee. I guess they have the Milwaukee Arena, and where we had some good success and some good speeches. But he's a really legendary guy, and he wanted to do this. I mean, he just wanted to straighten out Social Security because he loves our country. And what he's done in a few months is amazing. Almost 60 million American seniors rely on Social Security for peace of mind and a life of dignity and retirement. These Americans paid into the system, and they deserve leaders in Washington who are going to protect the benefits they've had and protect Social Security. Under Biden, Social Security went down like nobody's ever seen. It deteriorated. There's never been anything like it. The 4 years of Biden were very, very destructive. It couldn't have gone on much longer. Social Security was going to be destroyed. It was being destroyed. The average call wait time reached an all-time high of more than 42 minutes. Field office wait times were at 32 minutes, which is unheard of. And the disability claims backlog was the longest ever in recorded history. In other words, it was run just like the country was run. It was run really badly. But I'm pleased to report that under our leadership, and Frank in particular, the changes he's made and what he's done is sort of a miracle. Sort of like what happened with the country as a whole. Field office wait times are now down 30% since last year, and it looks like it's going to a total record number. And the record was set in a long time ago when the world was a lot different place. We're gonna beat that record. Call wait times are down 73% while serving twice as many customers per day. The disability claims backlog is down 26%, and seniors now have 24/7 online access to their accounts, which they never had before, whereas under Biden, the website was down 29 hours a week for maintenance purposes. It was essentially not open very much. They were always maintaining it, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing. They had a person running that had no idea what they were doing. Among my very first acts was to order all government employees to return to the office or be removed from the job, which means our Social Security offices are now open for full business hours, 5 days a week. So unlike being shut down all the time, we're open at record levels also. We're making it really great for the people that want and demand Social Security, and they paid into the system. They deserve it. Last month, I signed one big, beautiful bill and allowed no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, okay? So how's that? Not bad, right? No tax on Social Security for our seniors. And to protect our benefits, we've already kicked nearly 275,000 illegal aliens off of the Social Security system. These are people, many of them have already left the country, and yet we were sending them checks all the time. And 275,000, and that number is now even larger than that, Frank. It's an unbelievable job. And what that's doing is making the system strong. It's making it strong. Biden never kicked anybody off. Everybody joined. And we're carrying out historic deportations to remove many more illegals committing Social Security fraud. It's the Social Security fraud that was taking place at levels that nobody's ever seen. We cleared 12.4 million names listed in the Social Security database over 120 years of age. Think of that. So we had 12.4 million names where they were over 120 years old. Is that right? That's a hell of a statement. I have a feeling, Dan, that's not really going to It really didn't happen, did it? So you have 12.4 million names listed in the Social Security database that were over 120 years of age, meaning you were breaking records, because I've never heard of anybody at 125. There were nearly 135,000 people listed who were over 160 years old, and in some cases getting payments. So somebody's getting those payments, and we're after that. We're also fighting the menace of inflation to make life more affordable for American seniors, and we've ended Biden's inflation nightmare. So we had the worst inflation in the history of our country, and now our inflation is down to a perfect number, a beautiful number, hardly any at all. And yet our country is taking in tens of billions of dollars and trillions of dollars, actually trillions of dollars in tariffs. And you know all about it. It's been amazing. They say, why are we taking in so much money? Last week, they found $29 billion and they couldn't figure out where it came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. And they said, how did you know that's where it came from? We're taking in billions and even trillions of dollars in tariffs paid by other countries who, frankly, were taking advantage of us for many, many years. And they were doing that to us, but our people didn't know it. We didn't have smart business people. We've ended Biden's inflation nightmare and came in below expectations. And yet, again, this past month, we set records. Gasoline prices are way down, and really dramatically, as everybody knows. And energy prices have been going down, other than in certain states where you have Democrat-run states where they put windmills all over the place. Anytime you see a windmill, you'll say, well, they have bad energy costs. And it's happening in New Jersey. I saw that there's a revolution going on in New Jersey. They closed up a nuclear power plant, and they're raising electricity rates by 21, 22, and 28%, something like that. And you're going to have a new governor in New Jersey. I'll tell you what, you have a good man running in the Republican Party. He'll get them down. But what they've done is they've killed so many good sources of energy for very expensive windmills and lots of other things that don't work. 401ks and retirement accounts are soaring, and the stock market is setting record highs. Almost every day we're going record highs, and yet we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So it's turned out that Trump was right and they were wrong. A few smart people knew what was going to happen. A few of us were right. So we're going to keep the fighting going. We're going to make America's seniors every single day. We're going to fight for them. We're going to make them richer, better, stronger in so many different ways. But Social Security is like pretty much the one that we think about, and we love it, and we love what's happening with it. And it's going to be good for 90 years and beyond. Again, you were given only a short period of time. Social Security was supposed to be like down. Had they won the election, Social Security would have defaulted during Biden or Kamala's election, whoever they so chose. Two beauties. And now what I'd like to do is ask Frank to say a few words. Again, this is a man with a really storied past. He's one of the most successful anywhere in the world. What he did at J.P. Morgan Chase and what he did for Henry Kravis and all of the others are like legendary stories. And he just wanted to do this. He's making about a tiny fraction, I would say, a tiny fraction of what you used to make, but he didn't care. He wanted to do it. He made a lot of money. And he said, I want to run that system. I want to put it back on track. And he's got unbelievable talent over there. It's like a different place. So, Frank, would you say a few words, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
There's less than 1% tiny fraction, sir.
Is that what it is? Less than one? That's a tiny
That's
fraction.
an honor.
He's
It's
making
an honor. It is an honor. And I'd like to start off by thanking the president for his tireless effort in running the country and what he's done across the country, meeting every commitment. And, you know, I see it directly in the big, beautiful bill, the opportunity that it's brought to seniors. But his effort on every commitment, delivering against it, and delivering on world peace tirelessly. I'd like to also thank him for my opportunity. You know, he's teasing me, I'm teasing him about the economics of the job. But the reality is to serve 300 million Americans which is what Social Security serves, is a tremendous honor. And him putting that faith in me and building what I believe, and I think I have a right to say it, is the best leadership team ever assembled in the White House and in the cabinet. So that's my great honor. So I come here and get the opportunity to serve the American public in a manner that I never imagined in my life. And what we found was the opportunity to fix a foundation. The reality is people talk about 72 beneficiaries. I talk about over 300 million Americans with a Social Security number that we must protect through the system. And when you look at what we talk about in eliminating Social Security numbers that were live in the system, they could carry fraud through the whole system. So the first thing was root out fraud, waste, and abuse. But while doing it, the best way to be more efficient is provide more accurate payments and better service. And you heard the numbers. I think the most staggering number is that we had a website that was down 29 hours. This will be a digital first agency. And we are building my SSA accounts. That's the digital account. And we have a bold goal of 200 million Americans to have a digital SSA account by the end of next year. It will happen. Just like we had a bold goal of single digit wait time on the calls when they were at 40 minutes. And we did that. This is my 100th day. We did that within 90 days, right? Get the web up and running, bring technology to our field offices, use digital presence to answer and serve the American public. That's the job. When we do all that, then we'll really know the answer to if we have a hole, right? I was presenting my second week on the job with $18 billion in errors by the Inspector General. It was public. In less than a month, we solved 9 billion of it. So that's the type of swift action we can take, right? You see the things like the big, beautiful bill for the seniors. You see better digital services. You see field office wait times down. If you make an appointment to have a field office visit, it now happens in 6 minutes. Unprecedented. We are serving more people and delivering more than was ever delivered before in a manner with the highest possible quality, and we've just begun. You should expect this to be a great digital first agency. My commitment to make this happen is as deep as the president's commitment to make the world a great place. And you see the fabulous job happening here across America and what he's doing in the world. You should expect Social Security, just like the president. I thank him for making America great again. It's happening. Social Security will be great again. You have my commitment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I'm going to sign the new proclamation, please.
Sir, this is a proclamation both commemorating the 90th anniversary of the Social Security Act, the signing of the Social Security Act, and also the incredible accomplishments of your administration fixing and promoting and safeguarding Social Security. And it also obviously mentions the fact that as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, a vast majority of our senior citizens are no longer paying taxes on their Social Security benefits, as you promised in your campaign and as you delivered for the American people.
That's a big factor, isn't it? Huh?
Yes, sir.
That's great. I think they're very happy about it, too. They're very happy about a lot of things. Good job, Frank.
Thank you, sir.
And Frank has brought with him some of the most talented people in business, and they were making a lot of money, but they made a lot of money. They had money they didn't have to make anymore, and they just want to do this. They want to have our country become strong and good, and that's what's happening. And we're doing that in a lot of locations, a lot of areas. You deal with some of the people that are commissioners, that are secretaries of state, secretaries of treasury and of commerce, people that were really, really successful people. and they gave all that up to make a very small amount of money. They don't even consider it a fraction. You say 1%, less than 1%. You're less. That's pretty good. That's a big pay cut. But Frank is one of the most outstanding of all. His career has been incredible, and you just have to look at what happened at J.P. Morgan Chase and look at what happened with First Data. First Data was the biggest company of its kind in the world, but it was not going to make it. He went in, and it became a tremendous success, and merged into another company, and he became the head of that company. Then he said, "Let me go save Social Security," because as big as that stuff is, it's small potatoes compared in terms of numbers, right? In terms of numbers, these are big numbers. Government numbers are big numbers. So I want to thank everybody for being here, but I'm really proud of you, Frank. And here's your proclamation, and let's take a look at what that looks like. Signed by the human hand. For a change. That's good, right? Do you have any questions for Frank? How about questions for Frank? For Frank?
Mr. President?
Yes, on Social Security. Please.
First and foremost, this was a major campaign promise that you had.
All right, folks, thanks so much for staying with us here on Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. We continue our coverage of the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk. As we mentioned before, Utah governor has characterized this as a political assassination. And in just the last several moments, we learned from FBI Director Kash Patel that the person of interest that they had in custody this evening has apparently been released after being interrogated by authorities. So the investigation does continue here. We mentioned there's a digital tip line for folks that the FBI has put out to share information, videos, images, anything they might know about the shooting or the potential shooter here. So you can find more information on X and various social media platforms, as that is on the FBI Salt Lake City social media accounts. With that, we're going to turn to more reaction coming in following the loss of Charlie Kirk, and lots of folks are mourning. We see, particularly in the conservative realm, as they have been sharing with us that he is really someone who spoke to them and really championed their ideals and stood for free speech, is some of the commentary we're hearing from folks speaking with us tonight. Joining us right now, we have Adele Bazarek, who is known by a lot of folks on Instagram as Truth Bomb Mom. And Adele, we understand you're also a Maha, if you will, influencer and someone who has looked up to Charlie Kirk and is, of course, reacting to some of the news tonight. So what are your thoughts tonight? What's going through your mind right now as you're trying to process the news of what happened?
Well, it's been a crazy few hours, and everybody, including me, we're all shocked. This has absolutely been devastating. I kind of have this like sick feeling in my stomach. It doesn't even feel real that this has happened. It all happened just so fast, and I am trying to make sense of it myself, and so many others are as well. Like, why did this happen? Charlie's a wonderful guy. He's kind to everyone he meets. He always wants to have a civil discourse. He never wants to like insult anyone or put anyone down. And so it's just kind of trying to wrap our head around why would this happen? Who could do such a thing, you know?
And I've been asking folks throughout the evening, if they could explain what is it about Mr. Kirk that spoke to them, his ideals as they see it, why Charlie Kirk? Why is this someone who is kind of a beacon of light in your life?
Yeah, sure. Charlie is so brilliant, and he has such strong morals and principles. And for me, I, started on this platform. I'm a shy stay-at-home mom, and he is just so bold and unapologetic. And that just inspired me to be the same way about the freedoms that I saw being threatened, especially around COVID and moving forward. And he has just made me feel strong and bold. And I feel like so many other people feel the same way.
And I mean, as far as the discussions that are happening tonight regarding political violence, and we are seeing folks on both sides of the aisle tonight denouncing this shooting and calling for an end to political violence. How do you see it as a mother? You're raising kids coming up in this country. You're watching this, they might be either watching this or will know about this in some way. How are you feeling about how we are as a nation?
I mean, I'm concerned for sure. I have 4 children, and we are doing everything we can to raise them with good ideologies and morals and principles. But yes, I am very concerned about the political climate of our country. And I think it's time for people to take a step back and use reasoning and logic instead of using emotion to dictate what they're going to do next. And just like some people are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, and that really makes me sad because he's a human, and we all need to recognize that we're humans, and we're all we all have humanity, and so people just need to remember that.
And I mean, I feel like would have probably some knowledge of what it means to be a vocal, person, maybe politically or how you feel about certain things, as you are, as we mentioned, on Instagram. You have 425,000 followers. You speak your mind clearly about how you feel about things. I'm sure you get commentary.
So this is my Rust project. I have 4 terminal clients, all with this chat interface running off one server. And what we're going to implement and one shot is a /user command to list out all the connected users. So I started with a simple prompt to implement a users command. Then I used the prompt enhance button and got an enhanced prompt that I can just give to Augment to one shot. Augment Code uses the Augment context engine, making sure that only the most relevant context is injected into the LLM. It makes a task list to make sure it's always on task, and it's testing the code too to make sure it works. In the end, you can see it made 56 tool calls, all for one user message, and one-shotted this feature for us. Now I can run /users and get a list of users just like I wanted. Check out Augment Code. We have a 7-day free trial.
How will this impact you, and how do you plan to continue on?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not going to slow me down in any way. I feel like I do need a day or two just to process and just enjoy my children and my family and spend time with them because it is something that some people don't get to enjoy. And Charlie was taken from this world too soon. But it's definitely emboldened me even more. And I feel like there are a lot of people saying, you just created 1,000 more Charlie Kirks.
Adele, anything you'd like to leave our viewers with here on Live Impact News before we wrap things up, either about the situation at hand or just your general thoughts about what's going on right now?
Yeah. I just, where our country is so divided with, different ideologies, and everybody finds a way to be divided over different, things they believe. And at the end of the day, we just need to remember that we're all humans and we all have struggles and things that we're dealing with. And we all just need to have more compassion and kindness toward one another.
Adele Bazarek, thank you so much for your time and for sharing your insights with us here on Live Impact News. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, folks here who are watching, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Much more coverage to come here of the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk. We'll be back once again in just a couple of minutes. All right, folks, thanks so much for sticking with us here for Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. Of course, throughout the evening, we've been covering the reaction, what we know about the investigation into the deadly shooting of Charlie Kirk. As we mentioned, we had an earlier briefing today where officials, including the Utah Governor Spencer Cox, laid out what they knew and what they could really reveal to the public at the time. Essentially, the governor calling this a political assassination. Keep in mind as we listen to it, the person of interest in custody has since been released. That information coming once again just moments ago from a social media post from FBI Director Kash Patel. But with that, let's send you to the very latest of what we know regarding the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot in an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody. He identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Jimenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is boasting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now. We do.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. Okay. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk to the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have much better description other than that.
Where do you think the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak to that.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had
all the suspense, all the spotlights and high notes, all the makings of a night you won't soon forget. It's all in one place, where exhilaration is just a hop, skip, and a win away.
You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended? And do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
Once again, folks, that was the very latest briefing from officials there in Utah on the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Keep in mind, as we mentioned before, within the last 40 minutes, FBI Director Kash Patel has shared that that person of interest that they were speaking of in that briefing has since been released from custody following an investigation and interrogation by authorities. So the investigation does continue tonight. We want to turn now to even more reaction. Within the last couple of hours, we see California Governor Gavin Newsom with a pretty lengthy post on the social media platform X. You see, of course, half staff there over at the White House, but that was ordered by President Trump just this evening. And now we can see with that live image, the flags have now been lowered. But speaking on Mr. Newsom's comments tonight, We talked about how we have reaction from political leaders on both sides of the aisle. Governor Newsom was among the first we saw political leaders to tweet or put out posts condemning the political violence that we saw today. And he followed up just a couple of hours later with this post. And he goes on to say, we should all feel a deep sense of grief and outrage at the terrible violence that took place in Utah today. Charlie Kirk's murder is sick and reprehensible, he says, and our thoughts are with his family, children, and loved ones. He goes on to say, I knew Charlie and I admired his passion and commitment to debate. His senseless murder is a reminder of how important it is for all of us across the political spectrum to foster genuine discourse on issues that deeply affect us all without resorting to political violence. He goes on to say the best way to honor Charlie's memory is to continue his work, engage with each other across ideology through spirited discourse. In a democracy, ideas are tested through words and good faith debate, never through violence. Honest disagreement, he says, makes us stronger. Violence only drives us further apart and corrodes the values at the heart of this nation. Once again, folks, we're going to take a quick break here. We will be back on the other side, just 2 minutes away, with more coverage from Utah. Everyone, thanks so much for sticking with us here on Live Impact News. I'm Vanessa Rufus. We're continuing our coverage here of the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. As we've mentioned before earlier on this stream, referred to by Utah's governor as a political assassination. Continuing to see reaction pouring in tonight. Right now, we're going to hear from Scott Jennings, who is a conservative political strategist as well as a commentator. Let's listen in right now.
Was just so large and powerful. He was able to convince people to get involved in politics that might not have otherwise done so. And you look at what he did on these campuses and in these public events, thousands of people were showing up, not for a rock concert, not for a sporting event, but for American politics. He inspired all these kids to be involved in their country. It's unequivocally a good legacy. He was also a godly person. He spoke about his faith openly. He was unapologetic about his views. I think what's been said about Charlie having his hand on the finger on the pulse of the MAGA base is true. But what's also true is that he was enormously influential in that when an issue was emerging, when something was happening and people were sorting out their own views on it. How should I feel about this? Charlie was one of the first people they turned to see where's Charlie going to be on this issue, and how's he processing it, how's he analyzing it, and how does he think the young conservative should view whatever the issue happened to be. So it wasn't that he was just reflecting people, he was leading people, he was influencing people. When he did something, when he said something, when he took a stand on an issue, you can bet that people would move. And so what he did to organize these young kids, to bring conservative values and views into public spaces that aren't normally thought of as places where conservatives would gather, was enormously courageous. It took a lot of damn guts to do it. And we'll never forget Charlie for being that next generation of conservative leader, rallying people when you might not have thought it was cool to do so, but he did it anyway. And he made it cool. And he made it, honestly, Charlie Kirk was a destination for a lot of young conservatives, and
Well,
we're going to miss it.
Scott, I mean, one thing, it's worth just noting how young he was. I mean, he started this organization back in 2012. He was 18 years old.
Yeah.
He's 31 today. I mean, even, I think the Trump people at the beginning sort of raised an eyebrow. They thought, this kid, like, what does he know?
Yeah.
And he showed them all that he actually had what you are talking about. He had something.
He did. He had a charisma, and he had an ability to make politics engaging for that audience. He took something that some young people might find to be boring or out of reach, and he made it relevant and interesting for them. And once he had them, and once they were involved, he had then this ability to motivate them to do something with that. If you've ever been to one of these Turning Point USA rallies, I went to the one in Tampa just a few weeks ago, and I was honored he invited me to speak there. It was the first time I had done so. And it's just arena full of young people. Some are in college, some are in high school, and some are just young adults. And their enthusiasm and zeal for the future of our country and how you change it for the better, and how they arrived at that was so inspiring. The way they arrived at it was because they were inspired by someone who knew how to use his voice, knew how to engage in debate and political rhetoric. What he was doing was the opposite of what's happened to Charlie. What's happened to him is violent, but he was using his words and his speech, which is our first protected freedom in this country. And so we're going to miss Charlie, and we pray for his wife and those babies. He leaves behind a young family. People like this who exist in the public sphere, we know them as public actors, and we see them in front of crowds, and we see them on TV, and we hear them on the radio. But they go home at night too, and they open a front door, and they hug a wife, and they hug children, and they put them down, and they oversee the toothbrushing and everything, just like the rest of us. And so there's that side of them that we don't often think about, but Charlie was doing that too. So I just think in moments like this, it's easy to analyze the politics, but there was Charlie the husband and Charlie the father, and he'll be missed forever.
Since we've just learned of this, I think it's absolutely.
Once again, commentary there from Scott Jennings, who is a conservative political strategist and commentator, reflecting on the impact of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Turning now to some live images coming to us directly from Utah. As you see, folks are expressing themselves in the wake of this news. Vigil of sorts that we're seeing. We're told this is not an official vigil for Turning Point USA, but this is just a gathering of folks there waving American flags, showing signs, as we can see right there along the roadway, as they try to express their feelings and kind of grapple with this loss. So those are some of the reactions that we're seeing from the Utah area. Looks like the shot has changed just a bit. From what I can tell, this is our other affiliate out in Utah. So we're just trying to get an idea of exactly what we're looking at. Keep in mind here on Live Impact News, we're kind of taking these feeds in fast and furious as they're coming in. And it looks like our source just got switched up there. So, okay, our producer Jeb here is confirming that this is the official vigil now that this shot has been switched to there in Utah, a vigil that will honor the life and impact of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Wanted to do a quick recap to see how things stand here with that investigation, what we know, the very latest, because things have kind of evolved over the evening. But what we know as it stands tonight here, authorities, including the FBI, have been involved in trying to gather more information. There's a digital tip line that's been put out there on social media. You can find it on the FBI Salt Lake City social media accounts. There's a link that you can click and basically submit information, videos, photos, as we now know that whatever person of interest they had in custody earlier tonight has since been released. That's according to a social media post from FBI Director Kash Patel. So this investigation is still very active, and no doubt authorities are going to want as much information as possible. As we heard from that earlier briefing, though, that came around 6:30 Eastern time, officials were talking about how essentially they had surveillance video, closed circuit TV is what they called it, but those school images, camera images showing the suspected shooter, they didn't have a great description to share other than it was a person all dressed in black. We know that Mr. Kirk was there at Utah Valley University today to be part of this presentation. He was speaking. We know he was about 20 minutes into speaking when witnesses reported gunshots from a nearby building. Our latest understanding is that person might have been at a building roughly 500 feet away from where Mr. Kirk was speaking, possibly on top of the roof, according to authorities in their latest briefing. They wouldn't comment on the nature of the weapon, only that the shot was apparently fired from a long distance away. They did not comment when asked by reporters whether they found a weapon when they took this person of interest into custody at the time. And we also know that some of the investigation surrounding the actual suspect, person of interest, if you will, has kind of been going back and forth in the sense that when we were following this around 3 o'clock Eastern time here on Live Impact News, we had heard initially from the school that they had someone in custody. A couple hours later, we heard the school walk that back, saying, we actually don't have someone in custody. And then, as we mentioned, the latest briefing from officials around 6:30, they said that there was that person of interest. And at last check, that person of interest is now let go after an interrogation. Now, we should mention that there have been some videos circulating showing an elderly man wearing either a blue shirt, blue sweater of sorts, who was being detained and arrested. That is a separate person. We're told that person is not being looked at in connection to the shooting, but apparently that person has been booked for obstruction of justice. That man's name, according to authorities, is George Zinn. And essentially in the hours since, we've had an outpouring of reaction from both sides of the aisle. We mentioned this before many times during the stream tonight. Utah Governor Spencer Cox has described this incident as a political assassination. Of course, the authorities not knowing who the shooter is at this point that we know of, or really know their motivations, but just knowing the type of figure and the platform that Charlie Kirk had. Really drawing the conclusion that he was likely targeted, they say, because of his influence and his voice in the political sphere. Both sides of the aisle reflecting now on the state of the country, the state of political violence in the country, knowing that this is just the very latest in many political violence situations that we've seen, not just this year, but in recent years. This happened today, but we talked about this early in the stream, how back in June in Minnesota.
Mike Keppel here, Patriot Software's founder. My second grade teacher asked the class, what do you want to be when you grow up? Every kid answered doctor, lawyer, carpenter, teacher. I answered entrepreneur, which stopped her dead in her tracks. Seriously, what a geeky little kid I must have been. But I continued being a business geek and started multiple companies. Some failed, some succeeded. Patriot Software helps entrepreneurs build their businesses without worrying about their accounting and payroll. That's patriotsoftware.com.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace today talking about how she's calling for more security. She's supposed to have a meeting, she says, with the sergeant at arms to speak about what they can do to heighten security for lawmakers in the Capitol, because she said today she, quite frankly, had to send her staff home because they were just fearful. They felt like their lives were at risk. And so this is something that she said needed to be addressed. And that's some of the dialogue we're seeing too with folks who are on the other side politically, if you will, Democrats who've spoken out. We saw former President Joe Biden tweeting today, talking about how this political violence should be condemned. We just shared that commentary from California Governor Gavin Newsom, talking about how, folks should really nowadays try to foster genuine discourse, in his words, without having to resort to political violence. And he actually spoke, as we shared just a few moments ago, about honoring Charlie Kirk's memory by continuing to engage with each other as a country to be able to have these hard discussions, across political lines, spirited discourse, and be able to do it without having to escalate to violence. So I think that's probably, just based on the reactions that we've been hearing throughout the evening, some of the thoughts that many Americans are probably grappling with tonight. Maybe how did we get here? And where we can go forward as a country to make sure that we can all be neighbors with each other, regardless of what we feel or think. And so I think that's some of the questions that we're seeing tonight. So folks, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Impact News. I know it's been a pretty long night, a pretty robust discussion, though, that we've had throughout the evening with various folks, both here in the Carolinas where we're broadcasting from and beyond. So we really appreciate you joining us here. Of course, more coverage to come here on our WCNC Plus platform for folks who are streaming us directly here on WCNC Plus. We also understand a lot of our sister stations across the country might have picked up on this coverage as well. So we thank you all for joining us too. And we definitely plan to bring you more throughout the evening. For folks who are watching on WCNC Plus, though, we're about to turn you over to our next hour of programming. And keep in mind, coming up at the news at 11, we'll have more updates, not only on this story, but also many of the local headlines too that are impacting the Carolinas. Thanks so much for joining us here. I'm Vanessa Rufus.
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college-level courses help thousands of people just like you complete their degrees for only $99 a month. Find your courses. Complete them at your own pace, anytime, anywhere. Submit to your school for credits. Keep going. Keep pushing. Keep learning. With Sophia, you got this.
Turning point, they might just know him. What's something about him that drew you to him, that made him, an important part of your political life? Maybe it's something you want.
I think for me, I think a lot of people kind of spend a lot of time floating around and kind of wondering what's good and what's bad and which direction you should go, trying to find yourself. And he was always so confident. He was always so articulate. When he spoke, it made sense. And the fact that he was fearless and what a hard worker he was truly an inspiration, which is why I wrote that on my sign. Charlie is an inspiration still, and that's why I wrote that. And he's just very inspiring and, again, very good to everybody. Always respectful in debate, but always very effective in debate at the same time.
Thank you so much. It looks like they're gathering, so I don't want to get in your way. Thank you so much for sharing with me.
So if you can't believe TV.com, they have an option ensuring Patron.
We all gather here, obviously, with saddened hearts. I'm sure if I took a moment, everyone spoke. There'd be lots to say. And let me do this. I need someone to keep their eye open. They will be taking Charlie Kirk out momentarily, we think. And we'd like to go by the sidewalk and support him as he leaves. Our hearts are very heavy. And I want to start with a word of prayer, if everyone is okay with that. And then we'll sing Amazing Grace. You'll have to get your phones out, because I don't sing very well and I don't know all the words, but we could do that together. I'll say a few words, and then if some of you want to say a few words, keep it to a minute. It's not testimony meeting, but for those of you who don't know what that means, it's going up to the pulpit and telling stories for a long time. But I got, running the group we do over the past 6 years, I got dozens and dozens of phone calls from people who didn't know what to do. Get it? We had a president that was assassinated almost. We have Charlie Kirk who was assassinated. And I think this is the first time I've cried today. I was very angry all day long, as many of you are. For me and my family, I've had enough. I won't stand for this anymore personally. I just won't. And I'll keep my adjectives in line. I will bring out my other dictionary. So let's bow our heads. We'll try to get through a word of prayer. Yeah. Our Father which art in heaven, we humbly bow our heads as a community, as children of thee. And we pray at this time for strength, for your Spirit to fall upon us, that we could take upon the yoke of thy Son, Jesus Christ, as our hearts are heavy, as we have lost a Son of God, a true disciple that loved Jesus Christ and followed to the best he could, and was a great example here on earth, and was a great minister, and was a great teacher, and was a great friend to many. Although many of us had never met him, we felt we knew him. And he spoke for many of us, if not all of us, in many of his words. We pray that his teaching, his counsel, his education might continue to go out among all of us, our children, our youth, and society. Father, please lift up his wife and his children and their family. Most of all, those that were in attendance that are feeling alone, they're feeling destitute, they're feeling full of anxiety of not knowing how to handle this, that they may bow knee free and ask for comfort. We pray that you might welcome Charlie Kirk into your arms.
we pray for this in Jesus' name. Amen. So if you get your phones and pull out Amazing Grace, and I could have someone. Thank you. Hey, can you sing? Amazing Grace, can you start first? Wait, until I get the phones out. You're okay. You're okay. Come on, let's do this. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll give, I think, whatever we need, 5 or 6 people that want to speak in a minute that maybe just need to be heard or vent. That'd be great. But here's what I'd like to say. I guess I'll let my anger up first. Yeah, before that, he's got a scripture in the Revelations. Maybe that'll calm you down a little bit. Listen to the scripture. It's very poignant. Say it loud.
With that, I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, "Look, the tent of God is with mankind. He will reside with them, and they will be his peoples, and God himself will be with them. And he will wipe out every tear from their eyes, and death will be no more, neither will mourning nor outcry nor pain be any more. The former things have passed away." And the one seated on the throne said, "Look, I am making all things new." Also, he says, "Write, because these words are faithful and true." Charlie Kirk was a happy warrior, and we will always remember him that way. And thank God that he brought him into our lives, and most everyone here was affected in some way, shape, or form. Hopefully that helps a little bit to feel some solemnness.
Thank you.
With hope.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Charlie left a legacy. I don't know if you have children in college that have been there. I don't know if you have kids that have gone to his events. We know many in our group that have gone to his events and come back changed, renewed, bigger of energy, ready to take on society. I got interviewed earlier and someone asked me, well, what do you think is going to happen in a go forward? And I think we all have our own opinions what will happen. Usually voids get filled, right? They just do. It's going to be hard for someone to step in the shoes of Charlie Kirk. But someone will do their best to step up and step in. And we need to support those kinds of people. In our group, Utah Patriots, we're very active, a few of us.
Your AI is only as smart as your prompt, and this makes every prompt 10 times smarter. This is all thanks to this prompt enhance button in Augment Code. With just one click, it'll take any vague prompt and use the context of your code base to enhance it. Now everyone is a pro prompt engineer.
Use Kayak's Explore tool to see just how far your budget can take you. Reykjavik? Spectacular. Then, do what people do. Forget about Reykjavik for a while. 10 weirdest foods. Icelandic sheep's head jelly? Ugh. Oh yeah, Reykjavik. Back to Kayak for a great deal.
God in heaven that Utah wakes up. Because I'm telling you what, Utah as a whole, the Christian community, I'll just call it that way, the mainstream here, keeps their head in the sand and they think all's well in Zion. Well, I'm sorry, all is well in Zion is not a true statement. We're in trouble. And if we don't act collectively as a group, it's going to get worse. They are so beholden to walk into a university, climb up on that building, if you've seen the video, and take a shot at Charlie. And it was a professional shot. Many of us here, a few of us shoot. It wasn't just a luck shot. This was a targeted assassination. If there's any doubt, you're wrong. If you take some time and listen to the questions that were asked, and the last question that was asked to Charlie Kirk and the timing of that bullet, it's not coincidence. It's not. We have to pray for our law enforcement to catch this SOB and bring him to justice, and I'm sure glad the death penalty is still here in Utah. And it's done by firing squad. Do I have 5 volunteers? Yeah. There we go. We're here. I'm sick of this.
Me too.
Utah Patriots is all volunteer. I hope everyone gets involved. And I hope if you're hurting, reach out to somebody. Don't keep it pent up. Talk to somebody. There's other people that can maybe lift you up at this time of need. But there's only one person that can truly help, and that's Jesus Christ himself. Bend the knee in prayer. Ask for his power and strength, and we can get this together. Anyone have anything to say? Less than 30 minutes? Okay.
You're probably thinking I've been to say 4 stars 7 hours ago.
Say it loud.
You'll hear me? Yeah. So I'm only going to speak for maybe 60 seconds here, but it seems important to say this. I'm going to blame him for making me weak. I'm trying to get a hold of myself here. Anyway, I wanted to say that this is a significant thing because when Abraham Lincoln was killed, they took his body like for almost 3 weeks on a train ride throughout America to help people's hearts to turn to God instead of to anger. They were so mad that this had happened to a man that some people thought they were on the verge of worshiping him. There were people who said God took him because we were starting to worship Lincoln. I'm not Lincoln, obviously, but I just want to say that he did something right. It is a pattern for us. It's not like we're not supposed to go and do something. It's not like we're not supposed to look to Heavenly Father and to raise up in prayer and to pull our heads out of the sand. But as we do this, in my opinion, there's something to be kept in mind for the way that America handled the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. In that people, instead of turning to more anger and to more hate and to roving bands and armies, which was a very possible thing at the end of the Civil War, and instead they turned to God, and that is where we are going. God bless America. God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take a minute and just give you a second witness in this gentleman here. I've met him and I've run into him on 3 occasions in my life. Very momentous occasions. We don't talk between those times. This is one of the most humble men I know. He is not here dressed for the moment of his choosing. This is his life that he's committed to this persona of messaging in a very peaceful and humble way. Everywhere that I have met him and seen him, he is a symbol that stands beside the other symbol.
which is this American flag. And I've been on podiums where I was supposed to say something else. And all I did was bring a flag and put it at the front of the podium and say that this is the symbol. Don't put any other symbols before it. But it by itself has the quiet ability to send the message to everyone that it was meant to bring people together and unify humanity. It is us as people who are seeking to abide by its calling. But the Constitution it represents, the body of people who came together, were inspired and called of God against their own interest to create a higher and better way to live. This one shot will be heard across the world faster and farther than any one shot has ever been heard. I assure you. Do something in your own lives to take responsibility for the freedoms which we enjoy and stand for the very things in which we have been beneficiaries of. And let's not be complacent in prosperity. Let's not be complacent in the comforts that we enjoy in this wonderful place, this symbolic place on earth, voted one of the happiest places to live on earth, right here in the greatest country of this earth. This is where this happened. You are in the room where it happened. This is where you get to go forward and determine with your children, your family, your people of influence, how you will respond. And may God be with us in how we do so. So thank you.
Thank you. So I've got one more thing to say, and then Ryan wants to say a word. I heard in that little talk that we need to take action and how you're going to act here forward. Does everyone hear about a gentleman named OFA that was killed about 60 days ago downtown Salt Lake? Some heads nod, some not. So we went down to a counter protest. This is important. We went down to a counter protest. There were 7,000 protesting to get rid of Donald Trump, the government, and all that stuff. There was only 6 of us down there. Masked up, we were watching. They had what was called peacekeepers, their own group, monitoring people. They went around the corner. One of their own was carrying an AR pointed to the ground, which you can do in Utah. Innocent man standing behind them. 2 of the peacekeepers drew their guns, shot 3 bullets. Shot the guy with the AR in the stomach and killed Ofa, Polynesian. Shot him once in the head, dead. Okay? You can look this up. To this day, no one has been arrested, and they know who the killer is. Sim Gill, your district attorney here in Utah, is not doing his job. I hope and pray that this assassination, if they find this gentleman or person that did this, that justice is done. Because it's not happening in Utah. You're shocked, aren't you? Yeah, look it up. The guy is not behind bars. He's not been arrested. And local PD in Salt Lake, who we know have done their job, submitted everything, nothing's happened. It's disgusting what's happening in our state. It's filthy. The American flag should bring us together. It sure as hell is not. We need to be the change. Ryan's a friend of mine. He has a word to say.
Really quick. A person's freedom is not judged by where they can go. A person's freedom is not judged by the possessions or what they have. It's truly measured by what they can say. To look in this world and identify who the evil people are the ones who are trying to control what you can and cannot say. Those who are trying to censor your speech. Today we lost a valuable voice, and it's up to us to continue with that voice. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk.
Thanks, Ryan. Anyone else? You okay?
A lot of you don't know me. I met Kish probably 5 years ago. I'm the pro-police, pro-conservative rallies. And then I kind of stopped because I'm like, I don't really see it coming, It is what it is.
You need flame again?
Just saying that it looks like the van's pulling up, getting closer. So I PD and they asked us to just stay up here because they're probably going to come this way. They're not going to go through city streets. So you're welcome to stay and still hang out, get to know each other. It's important right now. And thanks everyone for coming up once again. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Stand there as a lead. I don't know. Are any of you hungry? Wait.
I'm not sure how long I would just stand there. You need to go and do something. I'll bring the flag to your house. Maybe that's kind of where I am. Like, I don't know. I don't know how long I'll stand. I just don't know. That's not the truth. And have a pleasant personal day. Thank you.
Well, either way, they're going to see it either go down here or like they go down.
Whether you go a mile or 100, what if you called the shots, not the trail? What if the next peak wasn't a question, but a plan? Because now, effort doesn't limit adventure.
Time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the
Right, just look normal. He gets mad, but he does this in every picture. Oh, how do you do your pose?
Yeah, right? I know. No. They got it from a small piece, so I got it online. They put it in our house and shut upside down. We had to grab it and stuff. I'm like, oh my god, dude, like you can't be having that shit in my house. It's like, no wonder why there's wild shit happening downstairs. Well, you know, it's right over my home.
So we're down here in Arkansas.
Hey Siri, text whatever. Hey Siri, text Wednesday.
Incredible day.
Please,
Today I'm associates from all over the country. You know, while we wait,
And I was like, what's going to be the better? Everyone's going to go down there and close the roads and nobody else comes this way. See. It's the highway patrol. I thought they were who's following. No, they're gonna. So they're back behind the van right now. So they're gonna follow, escort the van down. I know, right? Well, that's all right. It gives me more light in the camera. Much better. I got 50%. Just that. Yep, here they come.
Okay, I was wondering. Shut down. Probably waiting the radio to make sure all the roads. I wonder if they're going to go to the corner. Because I think the state of Utah doesn't allow you to take a body on the corner side of Utah.
The man who died, who gave that right to me, and let me stand up next to you and defend her still today. There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. In the lakes in Minnesota, Tennessee. Where at least I know I'm free. The man who died, who gave that right to me, and gladly stand next to you and defend her still today. Ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Being American, at least I know I'm free. The man who died, who gave that right to me, and gladly stand up next to you and defend us.
Move. If only there'd been a clue.
Where they open that? Well, the one guy came down. He might be going back. Yeah, he's like he might be going back.